follow to make sure what's happened in the past doesn't happen again. With that said, it's 7:01. I'm calling the meeting to order. Please read the sunshine law, Michelle.
This is a regular meeting of the Mayor and Council of the Borough of Keyport, Tuesday, July 6, 2021. Let the minutes show that adequate notice of this meeting as required by Public Law 1975, Chapter 231, has been provided by the annual notice, which has been posted on the bulletin boards filed with the Borough Clerk and has been sent to the Asbury Park Press, the Independent, the Star Ledger, and the Two River Times.
Welcome once again
Thank
to
you. Can we please have roll call?
Mayor Kennedy.
Here.
Council President Good.
Here.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Here.
Councilmember Fotopoulos.
Here.
Councilmember McDermott.
Here.
Councilmember Davidson.
Here.
And Councilmember McNamara.
Here.
Thank you.
If everyone could join me in saluting the flag, please.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
If everyone could please remain standing, and please keep everyone that's responding for the emergency personnel, both from Keyport and surrounding nearby agencies, and assistance with a current search for a person of interest regarding an aggravated assault earlier today. Thank you. Piggyback off of that moment of silence, we are truly grateful for the emergency personnel, both in Keyport and around us. And we definitely appreciate everyone's assistance. But with that said, we've also put a request in, since we're all on the meeting, that when the person is captured, dispatch will come in and let Jay Delaney know, and then we'll make an announcement so that everyone can be informed. Okay. Before we open it to the public comment portion of the agenda, there's a few updates. There was a resolution added today that was supposed to be put on last week. Resolution R17121 that was circulated to the governing body today for the hiring of the authorizing of the hiring of Nicholas Massaro as a police officer in the Borough of Keyport. This was all built into the amended budget to make that possible a couple months ago. The civil service list has been vetted and the processes have been followed. So they are ready to move forward with that hiring. So that was added today. And then over the Friday night into Saturday, the governing body received and the attorney received the bond information for the bonds that are on this evening. I did not know that those were being added. Neither did the bond attorney. So I'm not sure where that ball got dropped. So I would like to express my gratitude to Michelle for waiting 3 days and into Friday evening and having to put out multiple requests to receive those. But with that said, I think there also needs to be some clarification on those bond requests. Obviously, we've all been in long discussions with the bond ordinance number 1, which is to prohibit any class of cannabis business within the borough. And just for members of the public that are on, that if that passes this evening, is not our permanent decision. It's just to make sure that we have something on so that we can amend it after the August 21st, when the state comes up with their guidelines that they want us to follow. Ordinance number 2 is the bond ordinance providing for the purchase of a fire engine I know it's been requested. None of us saw that coming until it was listed on an agenda for the budget introduction back in May. We haven't received any information since that. The committee reports haven't included any information either. So before we open it to the public, that's one that I'll defer to Councilman Good for information and matter of record about the information of that truck and what company's getting it, and how come we haven't been apprised of needing a truck when we could have made other $750,000 decisions last year and earlier this year, or that should have been taken out of the $1.2 million surplus withdrawal instead of adding this into a capital. Number 3 is the water sewer equipment. I'm going to defer to Mr. Delaney and Councilman Davidson on this one. I'm not sure if Councilwoman Davidson knew this was going on or not. But again, do we have the manpower to operate this? And will the training be built in? And who's going to be responsible for it? Because I had suggested shared service things, since we have issues with manpower to even get the street sweeper out. And then number 4, I'll take a moment to explain that. That is designated a disabled veteran parking space on American Legion Drive to help move things along, to be able to earn the classification of the value our veterans with the state of New Jersey. It's a committee that was formed prior to the pandemic, and then we had to take a pause. The employees that in other areas that were supposed to work on things during the pandemic did not, so we are trying to pick up the pieces on that. We're hoping to wrap that up in the next couple months. But what this will do is we'll designate a disabled veteran spot on one of the ADA spaces, and the one that will be designated will be the one closest to the back entrance of the American Legion. We are in communication with Stop and Shop to see if their corporate will move forward with allowing a Purple Heart space in their parking lot. So conversations are underway, but this was to formalize designating the one parking spot by suggestion of the committee, but I wanted the council approval, and that's in the ordinance, number 4. And regarding the 3 items that are listed under new business, they will not be included in the first public portion meeting. We will open them up like we did at the last meeting for those topics later on in the agenda. And I believe those are the comments that I wanted to make. So Councilman Good, do you want to update on the fire truck ordinance?
Mayor, I think, in all honesty, the situation hasn't changed from when we spoke about this months ago. The truck,
We didn't speak about
putting
it 2 months
aside,
ago.
when-
It was 2
I'm
months ago
sorry.
during the budget hearing.
Well, gosh, then that's 2 months ago.
Touche. But that's not the conversation that took months for prior to that. So there was council members that expressed that they wanted information to be able to, before that move forward. Did they receive that information? And
I don't
do
know,
they
you're gonna
what
have to ask
firehouse
them.
This is going to,
It's going to go to the Keyport Fire Department.
and which company, Mr. Good?
I believe that it's going to be housed for the time being at Eagle. Their truck is, again, as I understand, being held together with a couple spit and polish. It is the first responder truck, and as I noted previously, we can't exactly spread the life-saving equipment amongst the different trucks because not all of them arrive at each call. So it is a over 30-year-old truck. The repairs are do eat into our volunteers budget. The issues haven't changed since we talked about this during the budget process. I believe, I don't know if Chief Basari is on. I hate to put him on the spot here. If he is, feel free to speak up. But again, the Jay, was that you? Anyway, the fact is, same thing. We're talking about a truck that is held together. It's over 30 years old, and we need this truck. The situation hasn't improved. That's all.
And what about the other two firehouses who feel that they need a truck? Are they been in these conversations as well? And the conversations we had last year when the chair of the finance was not included in the meeting and has the most back history of the fire department apparatus purchases. Then we were told that we weren't purchasing a truck in the near future until they were all moved under one house. So has there been discussions with expanding one of the firehouses or closing one of the firehouses? Where are we with that? And
Well,
also,
actually,
where are we
there
at
has
with-
been discussion about expanding one of the firehouses. Again, I would have loved to do this in all one fell swoop. Unfortunately, the truck has not cooperated with this. I would love to be all under one roof, but there were a couple issues related to property acquirements. We were waiting on decisions. Certain decisions have been made, and I believe that Mr. Delaney is speaking to a couple people about certain parcels. But again, the truck decided that it didn't want to wait for us to get under one roof. And unfortunately, the necessity is there. Has there been discussions with the other companies about it? I haven't personally spoken with the other companies about it. I don't think that this is I think that this is a borough-wide decision. I understand that a number of the companies have said that they were next in line, but I believe that if you take a broader view of the what the calls were being made, who was attending to the calls, that this truck was the one that is out about 75% of the time. And because of that, it needs to be moved up in the queue. It's just like when the ladder truck went down, it wasn't supposedly the next in line, but it was necessary and it moved up in the queue. The days of just everybody goes in turn, it's unfortunate, but the borough can't afford to just have everybody have a truck and everybody have a new truck. So what we're doing now is seeing where we can, what we need to do, and we're making decisions based upon an overview of the borough and its needs. Along the same lines, we are still pursuing consolidation of houses and companies. That's what I have now.
Jay, can you confirm whether DPW has the manpower in place for purchasing the piece of equipment?
Yes, I've had discussions with the Public Works Director or Public Works Superintendent. Typically, without this equipment, borough personnel respond to any emergencies, and then subsequently an outside contractor is engaged to report on site to prepare the jetting services. This will eliminate that, so the personnel is already available for those emergency callouts. Additionally, it is hoped that this equipment will also be used to provide routine maintenance to cut down on some of the emergency services.
So all DPW personnel will be trained on how to operate this. So it doesn't matter who is on call, they can respond?
I will not say that all personnel will be trained, but there will be sufficient staffing of training so that we will have available manpower at all times for responding to emergencies. Much of this equipment will be used for routine maintenance, which will be done during scheduled hours.
Thank you. I will after the last meeting, several people said that it was difficult to hear me. I meant to ask that earlier. Is it fine this evening? To me, in my ear, it sounds like I'm yelling and I'm not. I'm just had the volume up. So I just want to confirm that everyone can hear fine.
I can hear fine.
Thank you. Okay, before we open it to the public for agenda items, any governing body members have any questions on agenda items or need anything called? Councilman McNamara? Oh, okay. Sorry, I went by whose hand I saw first.
Thank you. I have a couple of questions, 168 and 169, which are both for grants for, one is for Butler and East Third, the other is for Second. I'm just curious because I don't see anything. If we know the anticipated cost of the work at all and how much the grants are that we're hoping to get, and are they grants where we have a match? So those questions are for really both.
Actually, it's a great question. I meant to bring those up as well because those were not on the draft agenda I had received either. And the past history was that when that grant was submitted to the state, the council members were pulled and a matter of ranking went in. Jay, can you talk to the process on what was followed for this? Because I wasn't involved in this. And my other concern is that we already received a DOT grant that was supposed to cover the paving of East 3rd Street. So is that not going to be flagged by the state because they never did the East 3rd Street paving that we're putting in another grant for that?
Yes, let me address the questions, I think, in appropriate order. First, the NJDOT grants do not require a local match. Although it has been the practice that we submit for the full cost of the improvements. In both of these cases, they are approximately $300,000 for the two applications. In the event that we do not receive full, yes.
Is somebody asking a question?
No.
Sorry, we have one moment. Sorry. Okay. Sorry. We had to interrupt that for a second. Sorry, Jay, go ahead.
Yes, so going back, these NJDOT grants do not require a match per se. Both of these applications are in the approximate $300,000 to $350,000 range. It has been the borough's practice in the past to apply for the full amount of the proposed improvements. And in the event that full funding is not received, the borough has supplemented that with municipal funds to complete the project. The mayor has mentioned that the East 3rd Street portion was previously part of a grant application. Again, the grant that was received was not in the full funding amount. And that portion of the project during construction was removed as unanticipated utility conflicts were identified. So this round of the grant has coupled that improvement with the Butler Street improvement. And in the event that the full funding is not received, then we would have to either reduce the scope of the project or commit municipal funds to complete them. It is my understanding that both of these roads, Butler as well as Second, have been on the to-do list. As far as which priority, it is my understanding also that with the completion of the Main Street Park, Butler became, the high priority. Coupling that with East 3rd will allow us to complete the full East 3rd Street project that was not able to be completed in the prior funding round.
Thank you. And just one other partial question to go with that, Mr. Delaney. The Butler Street work, I know that this would not be until 2022, but there is a major construction going on the corner there. Do we know which way their utilities, et cetera, come in? Just as I haven't seen any current work done.
Yes, I do not know offhand. I'm quite certain that the borough engineer does, but that is something that we would look at prior to the work actually commencing. It is my understanding that project, if and when it's completed, will require new utility services.
Okay, thank you. I had just one other item. So resolution 170, which is the liquor license. I just wanted to double check. There was a note put in here that I guess the electric subcode approval was supposed to happen on Thursday. So as of the time that this was submitted, that had not been done. Do we know if that was done last Thursday?
I don't know if that was done. I did check with the building department and Monmouth County Board of Health regarding the submission of plans. And I know the county received those plans today and they haven't had a chance to review them.
The plans being the second floor or something different?
They had, being that they hadn't had a chance to review them, they couldn't tell me what they were for.
Okay. And then we don't know the status of the stuff that was supposed to happen last week. Okay.
That's correct.
All right. And do we know what the permits were for that were cited?
I do not know what the permits were for.
Okay. Thank you.
Councilman McDermott. Thank you, Mayor. Just a few questions regarding the bond ordinance 21 introduction. So I just had a question regarding the remaining funding because it says $250,000 will go for equipment. What additional funding or resources will be put for the $750,000, the remaining balance of the bond? $750,000. What are the anticipated costs for that? Is that when you said I know Jay, you kind of break it through. I just want to get more clarification on what we're spending here and why. You're on mute.
Okay, that should be better.
Yes.
For this water sewer ordinance, it has two parts. The first is for water and sewer equipment. That includes the sewer jet as well as the backhoe. In round numbers, it's approximately just over $100,000 for each. And then the jetter has some additional costs related to some components that are add-ons to the jet equipment. The other portion of the bond ordinance is for $750,000. And those are for water and sewer improvements specifically related to the Church Street project. That is broken out as follows: approximately $25,000 in sewer repairs and upgrades, with the balance being water improvements, specifically the replacement of the existing 4-inch water line along the length of Church Street from between First as well as out to Maple Place, including replacement of hydrants as well. As with a bond ordinance requires a certain, what is referred to as the down payment. That's the cash portion that is being provided from our current 2021 budget that was included in the capital improvement fund. The balance of the funds are being borrowed to finance these improvements and purchases.
Thank you. Question on the introduction of ordinance number 3 about the equipment for the fire truck. What is going to be done with the old equipment are we going to sell it and be able to make some profit over that?
You know what, if we could sell it, I think we'd be happy to. It's surplus, but I understand that there is not much call for 30-plus-year-old trucks. I believe that the last one, the ladder truck, I think we just had to, I want to say that we shipped it to Africa, or somebody did, because they were looking for additional trucks, but there's really no takers for 30-plus-year-old. So essentially it's surplus and or parts it's going to be scavenged for.
One second, let me go back to my agenda. And I just want to clarify for the resolution 16821. I think Jay, you said this for the East 3rd Street, that it was some issues that we had with sewer lines and all of that. That's part of that grant. Am I correct?
Yeah, so this grant is specific to the roadway improvements and some of the drainage improvements.
Right.
And as I said, the conflict utilities that were encountered during the first attempt to do this work are primarily related to drainage.
Right. And Butler's, we saw the same thing as well? Or you said 2nd Street was the issue?
But Butler is fairly straightforward. That is the short roadway between Broad and Main Street, adjacent to the Main Street Park. The 2nd Street road is a much more involved project that we do expect also that if we are successful in the NJDOT funding for the road improvements, that will require utility improvements as well.
And in one of the proposals, I saw that we are going to break 3rd Street and Warren Street for some sewer lines in the plans from CME. That was one of their feedback. And I guess my concern is we just paved 3rd Street, not East 3rd, just 3rd Street. So I guess my concerns are that we just got a CME plan that's going to break up a road that we spent money on paving and fixing already.
Yeah, it actually it doesn't include 3rd Street itself, just
Okay.
the intersections where it abuts.
Okay. I just want to clarify that. Thank you. That was it. Thank you. Councilwoman Pacheco, are you raising your hand? Oh, I thought Councilwoman Pacheco, were you raising your hand?
So Lori had her hand.
I thought Councilwoman Pacheco did too. Maybe she was just moving her hair. Sorry. Councilwoman Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. Council President Goodwin, what were the other, you mentioned that there were 3 houses that said they were in line for a truck. What were the 3 houses?
Oh, I don't know that. I just said, no, I said that there is a house that seems to be in line, that we have 3 trucks that are over 30 years old. One of which is Eagle. The other 30-year-old trucks are, I believe, Engine Company has a 30-year-old truck, and I want to say Lincoln is the other 30-year-old truck. They don't have the repair history that the one that Eagle does. So that's why if we're looking one that seems to take the cake.
I think Councilwoman McNamara and I had asked the same question a while ago to see if we could get an idea of what was being done and how well they were maintained or not maintained to justify the cost of a brand new truck for one particular house. And then there was that. And then was it discussed that there's $700,000? Is it feasible to split that in half, 350 and 350, to get 2 trucks that are more up to date than not brand new?
I'll take the second one. Is I asked that question, and because of the way the trucks are built, the only way you can get like a 2 for cheaper deal is if you're buying essentially the same truck, because of the way they have to manufacture the chassis and the way that this rescue pumper vehicle is separate than one of our other pumper vehicles. So there would be no savings, but we did inquire about that. And I would have liked to say that we could have gotten it for, 700, but I understand even with the discount, you're still looking at, instead of, 600 plus thousand, you might be looking at maybe 550,000 per truck. So it's not substantial savings in terms of a 2-for-1 deal. What was the first question?
It's a good question. The maintenance logs of, what was done, how well was this truck maintained to?
Our department, I will say, is amazing in terms of keeping these trucks on the road. The fact that the lifespans of these trucks is not 30 years. I believe that most of the time they're at best trying to make it 20 years, but our department takes incredible care of their equipment, such that we do have 2 other trucks that don't have the history of repairs, that they're still on the road and still responding to fires. So the value is there in terms of the truck that we give, or at least that we provide for our volunteers. Is they do an amazing job of just keeping it on the road, such that you don't find 30-plus-year-old trucks anymore. You can't find them, so you can't repair them. The specific logs, that one I'll have to get back to you on. But just from being on this council for the last 6 years, being the fire commissioner for the last 6 years, I know how well our fire department takes care of their equipment, and it's an amazing job that they can keep these things running. And it's only under these last circumstances where the truck is really, I'd say, one tire in the ground, that we reach out and get one. So while they don't have the numbers, I can attest to the fact that they do an amazing job.
Well, hopefully there's other members of all the other houses that are here, because I would definitely like to hear from them and their thoughts on it. Like you said, there's at least 2 or 3, one in particular that I know of from years ago that was in line. President Good, I know you're aware of that one as well. So hopefully there's more conversation about that, and we're not just buying one brand new truck for one house, when we can maybe find a different way to get multiple trucks for a couple, and then find ways in the budget for next year to upgrade all of our over 30-year-old trucks, or 25 or whatever they are, so we could get new equipment on.
I would love that, but I did, just to let you know, I did have the fire chief, I did have him check with the manufacturers about getting 2 vehicles. This isn't just a, I had him search out and request, and that was what was reported back. It's, again, due to the way that the chassis is manufactured, that there is no savings just because you're buying 2 of them. And I would love to just be able to get all new trucks for our department. Unfortunately, we're not in that position, and we have to start taking a broader based look at the needs of the community instead of just, who's next in line. And it's unfortunate, because our, fire department does an amazing job. And I can't say enough good things about them for what they do and how much time and effort that they put in. And again, if the borough was to win the Mega Millions, that would probably be up on one of the first things, would be to get everybody new trucks. But unfortunately, we can't. We have to make those decisions.
So then I guess there's also no conversation about lesser, like a 5 or 10-year-old truck that's pre-owned from, another part of the country that's not dealing with salt water and all that good stuff, that might work well.
I believe that, I will say that I don't have an answer to that one, but from a standpoint of the way our department takes care of these vehicles, it's, getting a 10-year-old vehicle so they can keep it an extra 20 years versus a new vehicle to keep it 30 years. The utility is there, and when you're buying a used vehicle, you just, no matter what, don't know exactly what you're getting. At least when you are getting a new vehicle, it does come with the new vehicle warranty, which I happen to know that Hook and Ladder has utilized that new, I would say the new car warranty, that those repairs are all covered. So, there's a trade-off to it. I would say that if, it's not time to shirk, or at least, try to lessen that. We spend a little extra to get our volunteers what they need because of what they do and the time and effort that they put in.
Thank you.
I have one more question. Regarding the appointment of member for the Keyport Environmental Commission members, what is going to be a structure reporting back to council and the governing body on updates on this right of use wind project? Are they going to send us a report similar to what the parking committee has done, or is this going to go through the respective liaison?
I'll defer to Councilman Fotopoulos.
Thank you, Mayor. My thinking is that as meetings, as they are invited, and it's only going to be one member, there's an alternate too. Mr. Sheridan is the alternate, but and they can both, be involved in the discussions. But I think that based on what I've looked at as far as how these interactions are going to go, it's going to be some meetings and some correspondence, and the reporting will. Let's start out with it because we've not done this before. Let's start out with it going through the Environmental Commission, and then I can bring it back as the liaison. The reports are pretty. I've the consistency of the reports is established, but the one question I had was, outside of the involvement of the Environmental Commission, are there going to be other members that are of the community or the governing body that are going to be involved? I would think that this is something that somebody outside of the Environmental Commission would need to be involved as well. When we suggested it, it was really just having representation of the Environmental Commission, included in the discussions and not necessarily exclusively members of the Environmental Commission. So I defer to the thoughts of council on that as well.
Do you want my feedback?
Sure, you're a member of council.
Okay, so I would love to have a report from who's ever attending this being sent over to us as part of a communication. And you, and as a liaison, then you can report that once a month to us. But let's just say hypothetically, if there's a meeting that happens on the 25th, we get a quick summation, a quick communication. So it's part of the agenda, and we file it. And then if there's discussions that need to be done further, where as a governing body, we have to make decisions on whether we yes, no, abstain from agreeing with this proposal, whatever, then we can go discuss it further. The more documents.
Can I interrupt on that one? I don't think they have a voting member spot on it, right, Councilman Fotopoulos and
No.
Leslie?
No, it's not a voting member. It's it really is just an informational piece. And I think that when it will get interesting and when we're able to provide feedback is when we're asked for it. And it's not going to be, I don't anticipate it to be a monthly meeting, so to speak. It might be more ad hoc, but if it becomes a monthly meeting, that'll be easier for everybody. But voting probably isn't what we're going to be doing. We're more or less as a community going to be providing feedback. That's why I didn't know if, the one liaison from or the two liaisons actually from the Environmental Commission would be enough. But I like the suggestion. I think it's fine. I think, like I said, we haven't done this with them before. So, we'll start out with your suggestion, and if that works, we'll continue with it. I'm good with that, and I'll let Mr. Palmisano know that that's the expectation, and I'm sure he'll be fine with it. Once we agreed to put him on as a liaison. Sorry.
Thank you. That was it. Thanks.
I have one other commentary, just a point of clarification also for R 17121. I'm going to ask Ms. London if additional line at the bottom of that resolution can be added, because there's no date about when the officer swearing in will be. So just for a matter of record, not necessarily for now, I think we're all under the understanding it's going to be July 20th. But because the resolution doesn't include a date, if he needs to confirm his full officer employment later on for when he reaches different ranks and so forth, I think a date should be stipulated in that resolution, unless you disagree, Ms. London or Chief Torres.
No,
Can we put a swear-in date of July 20th, 21 at the bottom of that resolution? Chief Torres or Ms. London, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, Chief. Do you?
I would ask that we can have a formal swearing in front of the council on July 20th, where the officer can bring his family. However, I would ask that once this resolution is made, we can informally swear him in and begin the process of transitioning him into a full-time officer. I would ask if we could make his date as of the resolution date.
Point of clarification, Ms. London, can we include a date for that?
Well, you have that you're hereby appointing him. You can have as of this date, which is the date that you approve the resolution.
So as of July 6th, so for his date of employment to be a full officer would be July 6th, 2021 officially, and then I don't know, and then we'll maybe have him sworn in unofficially tomorrow morning. Is that what you want to do, Chief Torres? And then in front of his family on July 20th and other members of the department?
That would be it. Thank you.
Okay. Any other council members? Councilman McNamara.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a quick question procedurally. I didn't realize that there was also going to be conversation at this point about the ordinances. Is that all happening now? Like if I have questions about fire and Church Street, is this the right time to do it?
Basically, I allow the council members to have this moment. So then that way, if they have questions before the public has questions, and that way, a lot of times when we vet it that way, it answers a lot of the questions the public has. And
Okay.
gives the council members a chance to do that. So technically, these are ordinance introductions. They're not hearings. So the public is not going to have a quote unquote hearing option. But because it listed on the agenda during the first public, they can just comment, but we don't need to answer because it's not a hearing.
Okay, so then since we have two bond ordinances being introduced, combined would increase our debt by like $1.7 million. I just am like looking to get a little bit of clarification here, because to me, there was no conversation about the things. And then all of a sudden here we are like trying to approve or introduce bond ordinances. And I feel like we missed a step. So if I can just take a moment, kind of like Councilmember Davidson, I do have some questions. On the fire, do we know how many trucks we currently have? Like I had asked during the budget process for a capital inventory of all the fire equipment with things like, when were the repair dates? What is the life expectancy? I could have sworn I heard that there was going to be something like that. And so I'm just wondering, do we have that?
Fire chief has that to answer the question, but in terms of the number of trucks, I believe we have 7 trucks.
So those are a variety of pump, ladder, one is
One ladder,
no
one
ladder.
ladder, one engine,
Mhm,
pumps, and a rescue.
mhm.
And the ladder is a pumper also.
Okay. And the Eagle Hose one, is that primarily used as rescue or as fire?
Well, it's the rescue.
It's okay. So I have a question. Why, was there a consideration to replace that truck with a rescue truck instead of a rescue pumper?
I don't believe that the cost was that much, that differential. There was no real difference.
Well, I don't know. The little bit of homework that I was able to get done once I saw all this implied that it could be a third of the cost to get a rescue truck versus a rescue pumper. So I think that's fairly significant, 200 to 250 versus 700. So
Can I interrupt real quick, Councilwoman McNamara? Because I asked the same question. This is Dennis.
mhm.
The originally, I had asked the same question about, since we have other pumpers, why would we include a pumper utility on the rescue vehicle? And it made total sense to me, the answer. It's twofold. First and foremost, when responding to a situation where a rescue vehicle is needed, like a motor vehicle accident, there needs to be pumper activity as well. And it reduces the need for, even though our responders make it to the accident very quickly, and it couldn't be a number of vehicles. The utility of having a pumper on that vehicle will pay for itself in the long run, especially if the trend of volunteers reducing continues. So in other words, they respond to the call, and the fire chiefs on the call can correct me if I'm wrong, but they respond to the call with the pumper, and they're going to be able to utilize the rescue equipment on that truck and utilize it as a pumper as well. So, and having been a first responder myself, the value of that is inordinate. Not having to wait for fire apparatus to arrive before they begin the rescue operation can save lives. So that it makes sense to me, quite frankly, more than it made sense to me to put a pumper on the ladder truck, to have a pumper on the rescue vehicle. I love that we have a pumper on the ladder truck. I think I've changed my mind about that because having multiple use utility vehicles, such as the fire apparatus that we're looking at and we purchased in the recent past, makes total sense just from an efficiency perspective and from a life-saving perspective as well.
The additional reason is that it moves us also towards the goal of consolidating. So we have a rescue pumper that's available, which again, if we can get everybody under one roof, that would eliminate the need for one of those pumpers. So we don't have such duplication. So now we have a combination of one. So when we move toward getting them under one roof or two roofs, and they can cross-train, that would be beneficial rather than having just a separate vehicle for the rescue when you still might need a pumper.
I just wanted you to know that I shared your concern, and the answer, hopefully, the answer was sufficient for me, and maybe it helps.
Well, I do hope when we open to the public that some of the fire department folks can participate and kind of enlighten, because the research that I did also kind of said when you do the rescue pumpers, inevitably there are trade-offs. You can't necessarily always get all the rescue equipment that you want, and you have 25% less water holding ability So I just, I'm curious what their thoughts are on those trade-offs. And I think kind of like Councilwoman Davidson mentioned, I also am curious, there'd probably be more than a 50% savings if we were able to get a 10 to a 15-year-old rescue pumper, at least from the homework I initially did. And again, I'm sure people have been looking at this for a while. I basically just had a couple days to kind of quick throw some stuff together. So for me, I guess that, it's a big chunk to spend. So I do think that we should probably give it some time and try to get some education and clarification on what we're doing here. I know that the Highlands recently, opted for a $10,000 25-year-old ladder, right? So, I mean, there's all kinds of things that people do. And I just want to make sure that, I don't know, that our homework is done before we put the borough, with, a $750,000 bond for that. So, thank you. And I did have a couple of questions on Church Street. So I'm just curious how Church Street hopped into this position, especially if it's only $25,000 in repairs. And basically that means $725,000 in water improvement, when I think that this situation popped up because of the jetting that was done for Atlantic Street. And then this was, if there's extra time, we'll look at Church. And now all of a sudden Church, which was not something that was mentioned, we're looking to go out for $750,000 bond there as well. And if it's really water improvement and it's not repairs, and we have other parts of our infrastructure that are really suffering, I don't know that this is the right way to do things. I do respect that Church Street we're looking to pave, so there'll be that 5-year moratorium. So my other question would be, are there any concerns that the infrastructure there would need to be worked on in 5 years? There were a few other things. And I'm curious if we have received a report yet from the borough engineer about that work that was done. There was the sewer cleaning and the inspection of Atlantic Street and Church Street. And I don't know if there's been an official report on that. So that would be something else. Thank you.
So I have not received the report yet myself either. I do know that in the previous meeting, Councilman McNamara, you had indicated that it would be a good idea if they were going to be looking into Church Street, that the feedback be provided prior to the paving, which was a great suggestion and how it should be anyway. I had thought the $500,000 bond we took out last year to do Church Street, which includes, I think, upwards of $225,000 of that is engineering costs. I thought that included the cammering of the sewer line, but it didn't, just engineering soft costs. So half of that $500,000 bond for Church Street is going to engineering costs. So I don't know, according to this bond resolution here, how much of this is going to engineering costs either. Mr. Delaney, do you have that breakdown? And I'm guessing you reviewed the report for why or what needs to be repaired.
Just to clarify, the televising of Atlantic and Church resulted in, and that was only for the sanitary sewer system. That did not include any kind of televising inspection of the water system. And the result of the televising indicated a single repair on Church Street of the sanitary sewer. And as outlined in the summary letter from the engineer, the cost of the sewer improvements is $24,000. The bulk of this cost is related to the replacement of the water line on Church, which in my earlier statement had indicated, the existing water line is a 4-inch water line, and this is being replaced, and it's in excess of at least 80, could be as high as 100 years in age. The discussion that took place was, did it make sense to do a total road reconstruction, knowing that the life of the roadway, while there is a 5-year moratorium, it is expected that the life of this road improvement is 20 to 25 years. And the reality was that while we have no major water problems on Church, other than the fact that it is an old line and it is undersized by today's standards, the consensus was that given the improvements that were being made to the road, it didn't make sense to not proceed with the replacement of the water line. The sewer is not quite as old and had been relined about 15 years ago, but the televising did reflect and indicate one spot repair that needs to be completed, which again is a relatively small portion of this total cost. And to the mayor's question, the engineering related to this portion of the project, which is the water and sewer improvements, is just under $70,000. So it's less than 10% of the cost of this improvement directly.
Okay, and I'm sorry, did I miss, was there, what was the feedback on Atlantic Street from when this?
Atlantic has some other issues, and as was indicated, Atlantic, we knew we had some issues there, and there is a full report that I will share with the governing body. We have not determined the precise remedial action to be taken on Atlantic.
And have we done an assessment of water pipes throughout the borough? I understand, okay, the road life has a, let's say 20, 25 years. It's not nice to have to dig it up, but are there more critical parts of the borough if we're going to spend $700,000 on water improvements? Are there other areas that should be prioritized?
There are other areas. We do not have, I'm not sure exactly when the last full evaluation of the water system was conducted. We have been focusing currently on the sanitary sewer, which is where we have identified some existing problems. The sanitary sewer system had been completely, or at least almost completely televised between 15 and 20 years ago. So we are due for a reevaluation of that part of the system as well. The water side, as I indicated, has not had a recent full evaluation. Most of our water system where we have encountered problems are those areas where we have undersized lines by today's standards. And we do know that the lion's share of the water system is in excess of at least 75 years old. There have been some upgrades that have been done at various times within the last 20 to 30 years, but the bulk of the water improvements and our current focus has been on those areas where we've identified specific problems, where we have hydrant and valve replacements to be done. But this is as far as I know, one of the only recent reconstruction of the water line while we're doing the road.
Thank you.
So will that be payable back through the utility?
I'm sorry?
Will that be paid back through the utility?
Yes, these two improvements, actually, I should say this bond ordinance is exclusively for water sewer improvements as well as equipment. And the payback on this is done through the utility, the water sewer utility.
Thank you. Any other dialogue before opening to the public for agenda items? Have a motion to open to the public for agenda items with the exception of items under business.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, we'll go for a show of hands first. Mr. Graham?
Hi, Elmer J. Graham Jr., 22 St. Peter's Place. Good evening, Madam Mayor, and good evening, the Borough Council. I was going to ask about Resolution 168 and 169 for an explanation about that. I guess I'm pretty satisfied with the explanation that I did get. Now, as far as the fire department and stuff like that in Keyport, I think it would save the taxpayers of this borough so much money if we just had simply one building that combined the fire and first aid departments together and stuff like that. That would serve the whole building, except for instead of these separate buildings and stuff like that we've had for years. But that's my opinion, and that would save the taxpayers of Keyport considerably. Another thing, I practically do my borough walks every morning and stuff like that. And the sidewalks in this borough, the public sidewalks in this borough, since you have
Can
all
you
these
save that
grants
comment for the
going
second?
all these grants going from Monmouth County, get money from Monmouth County to improve the public sidewalks in Keyport. Thank you.
Anyone else by show of hands? Next, we'll go to the phone line for agenda items only.
John Merla, 34 Broad Street.
Hello, Mr. Murray.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. We're going to hold off on the new business items, right, Mayor? Am I correct on that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me ask this just for purposes of tonight's, the way things are going with the purpose of the agenda. Does the council receive their agenda on Fridays also, like the public?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
Thursday nights into Thursday, depends.
Okay. Thank you,
And
Mayor.
obviously this was a holiday weekend, so questions that would have come forward. Borough Hall was closed yesterday, so that does
Understood.
put us in a bind when have the first and third Tuesday meetings that we bump into this with President's Day, Martin Luther King Day, and sometimes Memorial Day, depending on the dates. So this was another one that I think some of the questions could have been vetted yesterday or.
Thank you.
If you would have known it was coming sooner.
Couple questions regarding some items on the agenda. Bond ordinance 321 for the water and sewer. I was concerned about the hydrants. I know Mr. Delaney did address hydrants will be obviously fixed or replaced. Does that bond include all that are out of service, Jay, or is that just a portion of what's out of service?
We have to just be careful how many questions we go into from the public because it's not a public hearing, but I think that's a generic question enough.
Yes, it does. This funding does include the replacement of several hydrants. I'd have to cross-reference as to if this includes some of the others outside of this area.
Okay. All right, thank you. Second question is regarding the proposal that's put forth for Church Street from CME. I got a couple of questions regarding that. Now, I know it talks about the proposal as far as sewer. And one of the recommendations that I would make is that the engineer and the council take a good look at stormwater basins also on Church Street. Church Street comes down East Front and Osborne connects to Church, which brings the water onto East Front in front of where the Italian Touch is, and that causes a little bit of the problem on Division Street. I know there is a basin in Drew's Bistro driveway, and one can be connected into that. That may eliminate some of the problem during a storm. Just a suggestion. The other question I have regarding CME's contract is on page 4, it says on the top, police traffic directors, 10 weeks, $65,000. That's got to be wrong. There's no way. That's $6,500 a week for flag guys, police. Can that be right?
That is the engineer's estimate. I'd be happy to review that with the engineer directly. As far as
Only because on page 5, it says police directors, 2,500 for
I
the,
see what he's saying. I just don't know. I'm gonna have to defer to I'm not
Okay.
questioning your questions, Mr. Miller.
No.
I'm just questioning with Ms. London whether we can answer in dialogue since it's an introduction and not a hearing. Can we engage in this? To me, it makes sense that we hear it now so that it can be fixed before the introduction, but I just need to defer to Ms. London on protocol.
understood.
I think the comments can be made generally, and we defer response until the public hearing.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay, but that's a great point. I see what he's saying on page. It says page 1 of 1, but it's really the fourth
Yes.
page of the packet at the
And then
top line.
It just seems like a very high number. It really does. I mean, that's $6,500 a week.
1,000. Oh, wait. Mhm.
A week. And to me, if there was 2 cops per week, there's no way I would like them to make that kind of money, but there's no way. It can't be right. But that's just my opinion. The last item is under the payment of bills for the Bayfront Recreational Trust in the amount of $74,92.92. Jay, can you explain that expense, please?
yes, and the amount that you're referencing is the total that's being charged to that trust. I'm just going through the listing, the detail, and identifying those items.
Recording in progress.
Yes, there are a number of items in no particular order on page 10 of the bill list. The third item, dog waste depot. Those are for what are commonly referred to as the mutt mitts. On page 13, the first item, Ken's Marine, that was costs associated with the clearing of the boat ramp area. So between those two, I believe that covers the bulk of the charges for the month.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else on the
Mayor,
phone
I'd just
line?
like to, Mayor, I'm sorry. I'd just like to note that going to Mr. Miller's question, the bid number that CME submitted, we're not approving a contract tonight. So we're just like, that was the basis for the ordinance amount. So we're not awarding anybody a contract as far as I know.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else on the phone lines tonight about agenda items except for new business items?
Michael Lane, 51 First Street, Keyport.
Hi, Mr. Lane.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. On the fire department discussion, I have to admit my experiences are 30 years old, but the Eagle response of 75% is really impressive, and it'd be really interesting to see the response level of some of the other fire companies. The firehouse across the street from me, I know the Hook and Ladder has a very high response, but the other pumpers, one of them, I don't even think it's I'll be careful. My experience in the fire company I was in was that we had a rescue vehicle, and the rescue vehicle was very important that we have a pump on it and a water tank on it. But the pump and the water tank were not a pump that was needed to draw hard suction. It was a very simple pump, and it was a very limited capacity of the water tank. So when we rolled to a fire at an auto accident on Route 18, we could put the fire out in the car. But it's significantly less expensive vehicle for the rescue truck. And I urge you to do a little more homework on that issue. And my memory is we actually donated a rescue truck to Union Beach 5 or 6 years ago, which is really interesting. On Resolution 170, renewable liquor licenses for Mcdonald's, and this is a follow-up on some of the earlier discussion. The liquor license that was approved earlier this year was for 2 and 610 West Front Street. So how does this relate to the new 52 Broad Street, Old Glory McDonald's event hall on the second floor of the building on Lot 10? Has the license been updated and thoroughly vetted for this new location and the operation? It was not covered in the liquor license application. And I urge you to work that issue. Second issue is communications. At the 620, 620, let me just say the 629 special Keyport Unified Planning Board meeting, the board voted unanimously to inform the council that there's an inconsistency in the 2018 land use LUR land use requirements document that needs to be dealt with. This inconsistency exists between the 2018 revisions of section 25:1.9 GCD regulations and the updated section 25:1-18, I'm sorry, the unupdated section 25:1-18 off-street parking regulations, which were adopted back in 1997. Did the council receive this communication, which Denise was sent by the board to Denise? Mark Sessa sent it to be forwarded to council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I believe the one he's questioning, Denise circulated to the governing body. Is that correct, Michelle? I believe so. Right. Okay. So I do believe that was circulated to the governing body.
Mayor, you're not audible. If you could speak a little louder.
The resolution you were speaking of did get circulated to the governing body by Denise. There was another point you brought up that I wanted to comment on though. Oh, the fire truck. Yeah, to piggyback off what you're saying, Mr. Lane, and I think a consensus of the whole is that the whole governing body appreciates all the efforts of all the fire department members and all that they do. It's more about the process. That, you know, at the budget hearing, it was told that the department doesn't make the decision and the governing body does, but then the governing body only gets an intro to an ordinance and no information in between the two. So it was more about the questions being vetted, so that, you know, when we're out on the street, we're not told that, you know, we made decisions about different firehouses and fire trucks and safety and all that kind of stuff. We only have the information that's in front of us for the introduction. So, but we agree with you and what all the other commentary of the governing members said, and that we do wholeheartedly support our fire department.
Mayor, I was treasurer of the fire company, and we were able to provide to the council and anybody who needed the repair records, expenses on a yearly basis on every vehicle. And we were able to give input in terms of whether any vehicle had failed to be able to respond to a call.
Correct.
And I think you need to look at that data. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we move on to ask if anyone else on the phone lines has any commentary, I do have a big announcement just received. The subject is in custody from today and still under investigation. However, there's no further danger to the general public at this time. I would like to, maybe we can all take our computers off mute and give a round of applause to our police department. Chief Torres is on. Thank you
Oh,
for your
yeah.
leadership through that, Chief Torres.
You're the best.
Any other members of the public have any commentary on the agenda? Going once, going twice. Can I have a motion to close to the public?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Okay, next we'll go on to the mayor's updates. Will the one commentary I would like to add is appreciation for all that assisted and participated and attended the first Juneteenth event in the mini park, which I think for the first one was pretty successful. Then we got it in before the weather got brutally hot on the stage. So thank you for all that assisted with that. Next we'll go on to the consent agenda. Items 159, 21, 166, 21, 167, 21, 168, 21, 169, 21, 170, 21, and 171, 21. Whoever is going to motion, if they are going to motion to approve said resolutions, we would just need that motion to include that R171 would be in effect as of this evening, if that's the pleasure of the council.
A motion to approve the consent agenda and that R17121, the date of employment is today.
Second.
Roll call, please, Michelle.
Councilmember Good.
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco.
Yes.
Councilmember Fotopoulos.
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott.
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson.
Yes.
Councilmember McNamara. Councilmember McNamara.
No.
You got it in, right? Yes, that was new to every. You can clarify, that's not mine. Do you need clarification? That would be a clerk.
Yes. Councilmember McNamara, that was no to all the consent agenda?
It's actually no to R170 since we still, the items that were the violations, as we haven't been able to confirm that they were corrected.
Okay, thank you.
Miss London, just out of clarify, I don't know if this is even possible. Is it possible that she says something in her vote that as long as those things are received and that everything's clear with the borough, that she is whatever way she chooses to vote? Like, is that an allowable thing in a vote? I don't know.
Is that for the, I'm sorry, is that for the liquor licenses?
Who's that speaking?
I'm sorry, it's Kenny Schwartz. Is that for the liquor licenses?
It's not open to the public right now.
Oh,
We have
I didn't
motions
know.
on the floor. That's okay. Hold on one second. But maybe this is a point where we can clarify. Miss
The vote,
London or Mr. Good?
yeah, I think the vote should be no if the councilwoman is saying no to that resolution.
But I have the
She's saying
approval.
no because she doesn't have the information wasn't forwarded to put into the packet.
I
So
have,
maybe I think what she's saying is that if the information has been received, I don't know that no would be her vote. I can't speak for her. Councilwoman McNamara, do you want me just to not continue talking about this?
a little while ago, I asked whether or not the July 1st electrical work had been, I guess, re-inspected, and if we knew what the other violations were and had they been rectified, and, what work was actually done with the permit. And apparently also Board of Health, according to our clerk, got something today, but they couldn't comment on it because they hadn't had a chance to look at it. So I
didn't know I could say anything. And
Hold on, Mr. Schwartz.
I'm sorry.
Hold on.
I got that. We got
Mr. Schwartz, can you please hold on one second?
Oh,
So let him speak.
Ms. Linda, can I open it to the public for Mr. Schwartz to comment on this, since this was questioned earlier?
oh, wait a minute.
Well, you already closed, didn't you close public session?
Right, so can I open it or I can't?
If there's a motion to reopen.
Motion to open. I don't know. I mean, I'm not.
For Mr. Schwartz to comment?
If that's the will of council to reopen, but there needs to be a motion and a second and a vote.
Second.
Is everyone in favor of opening up for Mr. Schwartz to comment on this?
Aye.
I think the vote was 5-1.
Yeah, it still
Anyway.
passed.
It still passes, but I think Councilwoman McNamara is going down as a no because she didn't have information that Mr. Schwartz is saying he has.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't know how all this works. I'll stay out of it. I'll stay out of it. It's fine.
And why are you there?
I'm sorry. I shouldn't say anything.
Yeah, the vote was already taken, and you would have to, I think you should vote stand.
Okay, I'm sorry.
It's just
Forgive me.
another sloppy thing that, we end up going down on record for votes for history, and it looks like someone's against a business, and, just like, it looks like people are against the fire department, all because things are sloppy. It's just annoying. I digress, and I move on to the introduction of ordinances. Ordinance number 1, prohibit any class of cannabis business within the borough. Michelle, can you please read that?
This is an ordinance of the Borough of Keyport, County of Monmouth, State of New Jersey, amending Chapter 25 zoning of the Code of the Borough of Keyport to prohibit the operation of any class of cannabis business within the borough.
Have a motion to introduce.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Fotopoulos,
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry. Can I have a motion to authorize the clerk to publish the ordinance as introduced in the Asbury Park Press for the public hearing? Thanks, Jay.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any noes or abstains? Before we go on to ordinance number 2, it was discussed at the last council meeting as to whether the ordinance we just voted on needed to go before planning board. It was legal interpretation that it probably should go before the planning board. Follow-up meetings. I did have attend a meeting with other mayors and asked, and some have just sent it over at a courtesy. And I believe Mr. Delaney was in other meetings saying it did not need to because we weren't doing anything. So I just want to make sure for members of the council that it won't be something votable on the planning board is the plan moving forward for the next meeting, but just forwarded to them for informational purposes. Is that my understanding, Mr. Good? I'm sorry, Councilman Good, Councilman Davidson, and Councilman McNamara, since you served on the committee, I just want to make sure everyone is on the same page.
I'm going to defer to Ms. London about the legal requirements. I have my opinion, but
Yeah, we have
Sorry,
taken,
the reason we have to clarify so that we know which agenda next to list the ordinance hearing, so Michelle knows what to publicly notice.
we have taken the position that since it's dealing with a zoning land use matter, that it should go to the planning board.
And Mayor, I believe I let Ms. Nellis know a while ago that to add it to the agenda for review for the planning board for our next meeting, which I don't have the date in front of me for.
So then this can't be heard for the hearing, Michelle, until the August 17th council meeting. And then we'll just have to, I guess, overnight it, get it to the state. That's if the planning board hears it and moves it forward to the governing body.
Yeah, this resolution doesn't have to go to the state.
No, but when we finalize the final decision on a hearing, don't we? Right, we have to have it all done by the 21st of August, right?
Yes.
Right, so then there's one, the planning board isn't until after our second meeting in July, and we only have one meeting in August, which is August 17th. So if we have to wait to put this to the planning board, then we won't hear the ordinance until August 17th. It won't be on for July 20th for the hearing, because we wouldn't have it back from the planning board yet. Correct?
Those are the dates, yes.
Am I misunderstanding Councilman Good or Councilwoman Davidson or McNamara?
I don't know. The dates are correct. I said I'd defer to Ms. London in terms of whether or not it needs to go to the planning board, but if it does, then yes, your dates would be correct. It would be the August 17th date that we'd have the hearing and the vote.
Okay. You guys are governing bodies all the way, right? We're on the same page. I know there was a lot of back and forth apparently with Jay and
Ms. London, just for clarification, so you're saying the planning board should review it not just as a courtesy, but for more than that?
They would handle it similar to any other ordinance that you send over that's a land use ordinance, because it's affecting your land use code. So typically in this case, and I think there are some differing opinions on it, but the planning board technically should have nothing really to add to it, because you're just prohibiting.
Go back and we decide that it will be allowed in the future, at that point in time, the resolution will be written differently with more explicit land use information and terms and definitions that would be required further review with the planning board at that time. Is that correct?
That is correct. It would be an ordinance, not a resolution. Yes.
Thank you.
thank you, everyone. Just want to make sure everyone was on the same page on that. Ordinance number 2, bond ordinance providing the acquisition of fire apparatus and related equipment. Michelle, can you please read that by title?
This is a bond ordinance providing for the purchase of a fire engine with related apparatus and equipment by the Borough of Keyport, appropriating $700,000 therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $665,000 bonds or notes of the borough to finance part of the cost thereof.
I have a motion to introduce.
Mayor, I will introduce this, move to introduce this ordinance. And I do want to state that the hearing will be in 2 weeks, where we'll have the fire chief here to answer the questions regarding the truck and everything else. The reason why he's not here today, well, one was because he's also part of the Mcdonald Police Department. But again, this was more an introduction. So the public hearing and passage, it was expected that these questions would be here. So I'm going to move to introduce it.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Fotopoulos,
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson,
Yes.
and Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have a motion to authorize the clerk to publish the ordinance as introduced in the Asbury Park Press for a public hearing.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any noes or abstain? The third ordinance, multi-purpose bond ordinance, providing the acquisition of water and sewer equipment for an infrastructure improvements to the water distribution system and sewer collection system. Michelle, can you please read that by title?
This is a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements by the Borough of Keyport, appropriating the aggregate amount of $1 million therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $950,000 bonds or notes of the borough to finance part of the cost thereof.
Can I have a motion to introduce?
I'll make a motion to introduce.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Fotopoulos,
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson, Councilmember Davidson.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I have a motion authorizing the clerk to publish ordinance as introduced in the Asbury Park Press for a public hearing?
Motion.
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any no or abstain? Ordinance number 4, designated disabled veterans parking space on American Legion Drive. Michelle, can you please read that by title?
This is an ordinance of the Borough of Keyport, County of Monmouth, New Jersey, amending Chapter 8, Section 3, American Legion Drive Parking Lot, American Legion Drive, and Fireman's Parking Lot of the revised general ordinances of the Borough of Keyport.
Can I have a motion to introduce?
Motion. Second.
Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Fotopoulos,
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson,
Yes.
and Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have a motion authorizing the clerk to publish ordinance as introduced as of Asbury Park
Motion.
Press for a public hearing?
Motion.
Second.
Roll call. I'm sorry, no. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any no or abstain? Thank you. Next, we go to communications by consent. Number 1 through 5 is for approval. And number 6 through 7 are to receive and file.
Motion.
Any governing body members have any questions on these?
I have a question. So I just want to clarify the communication received for number 7. Because there was a deference in the social media communication. So the event is being canceled for 2021. Just want to confirm that.
I think the dates that they had proposed are being canceled. If something future is to be planned, they have to come back for permission from the governing body.
Okay.
Councilman McNamara.
I just have a quick question on item number 4, the use of the fire lot, the fireman's lot for the inspection and pump work that they're doing for the fire trucks. Just so that I understand, I guess, is it going to be closed the second date, the 8th and 9th, basically all the way through? I mean, I don't imagine, based on what was sent, that they close it at 6 or 7 the night before, and then it goes potentially until 7 o'clock. So is it truly, just Saturday night through Monday, 7 p.m.?
I know the clerk's office had reached out for further information. I know this is annual testing of the equipment, and a lot of it is based on the results of the testing. So sometimes they have to come back for additional dates, which is what the second listed set of dates are, but they reserve that in case any of the equipment has to be retested after a repair. I mean, I know this is, I think your questions are valid. I do know that there's usually very little interruption to any type of activities down at the waterfront, but being that we are trying to clean up this whole process as a whole, Michelle, do you have any further commentary of when it was, I know that was in there, but I don't.
No, that was all the additional information that I was given is all that I have so far.
Is what was in there.
Yes.
Okay.
What was included in the packet, yes.
Okay.
Okay, because all I saw was that for the, the first closing is a Monday, it's half the lot. The second closing is the entire lot, and it looks like it's from Saturday night through Monday night. And then there's a third week, for any of the other ones. And I was just looking for clarification, but that's okay. Thank you.
Councilman Good, do you have any commentary on that? Or did I explain it correctly?
Oh, no, you hit the nail on the head, Mayor. It's really just, if we pass, then that third week is fine. I mean, then it's just, it goes away. It's just reserved for, as the email says, if any of the trucks need repairs and retests. But we're going to pass everything with flying colors. So we're not going to need that third.
Councilman Davidson, did you have your hand up?
I did, thank you, Mayor. It's a very non-important question. However, I was just curious if the movie on for communication number 1 on July 21st, Footloose, is that the old movie or the new version?
Probably the old one is cheaper. Or maybe the new one is cheaper because the old one.
I don't know about that.
I can tell you that this Wednesday is Wonder Woman 1984, so I don't know if they're going with the theme of retro movies or not.
If it's possible. If it hasn't
been
been
a dance, I'm just curious. Are we going to have like a
Just
competition
curious,
down there?
clarified for the poster, just in case there's something in the old one versus the new one that's more appropriate or not appropriate, just so there's clarification for people bringing little ones. Not an important question at all, just.
We work at a video store. There's one curse word in the old one. I cannot tell you about the new one.
That's my only comment. Thank you.
Any other further comments? Okay, I would need a motion to approve 1 through 5 and receive and file items 6 and 7, if that's your pleasure.
Motion.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
Yes.
Councilmember Fotopoulos,
Yes.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
Councilmember Davidson,
Yes.
Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Next, we have approval of minutes, May 18th, 2021 and June 1st, 2021. Can I have a motion? If that's the pleasure.
Motion.
Second.
Councilmember Good,
Yes.
Councilmember Pacheco,
I'm sorry. Yes.
Councilmember Fotopoulos,
Yes, for May 18th. I did watch the video for June 1st, but I'll abstain from June 1st.
Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
I'm sorry. May I take that back? Yes, for both. I got confused. I missed I missed the second meeting in June. I apologize.
okay.
Got a little-
I'm sorry, Councilmember McDermott,
Yes.
yes. Councilmember Davidson,
Yes.
and Councilmember McNamara.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have new business. The governing body received the ordinance regarding the structure and setup and creation of the Business Improvement District, which now houses the organization subsection of Keyport Bayfront Business Cooperative, which is the third reiteration since the Business Improvement District was introduced into the borough. There's been lots of dialogue and communication. And I guess we could say differences of opinions across the board for several years now. I can date it back to 6 years personally. And I could see both sides. I actually have a business degree and an MP degree. So why I understand that procurement rules in the governing world for a public entity are tedious. They're there for a reason. And that's to be sure that you have public vetted interest for taxpayer purposes. Since this is based off of a tax, those requirements are needed. However, from a business standpoint, I'm also used to the mindset of when I managed a business for 8 years to want to get things done. And you see a need and you get it done and you move on. And there's nothing wrong with either one. It's just two totally different ways of operations. The other thing is that we have a very unique, beautiful waterfront area and downtown area. The amount of commercial properties that are tax assessed for this business improvement district are upwards of 200, over 200. So that is not representative of just West Front Street. As we all know, the entities that do receive a lot of the time and energy and funding are beneficial to the West Front Street area. Not so much to Broad Street, Maple Place, the highway. We have received frustrations from those areas of the municipality that they pay into this business improvement district, but unless we're doing advertising, they don't feel that they reap the rewards of it, being that we are in a business climate where we want to help support our businesses the best we can, including whatever monetary relief we would be able to provide. I know one of the business owners that personally asked for Jay to meet with Jay and I at the end of last year because they were seeking ways that they could reduce their taxes. That particular business, if they were not assessed, would have $454 back into their own pockets. So the other challenge is that the structure. Many of our businesses within Keyport, unless you're talking industrial or commercial on the highway, but even then, a lot of those are small family companies, and they don't have the time or resources to sit in monthly meetings. It's been a revolving door continuously for business owners for those 6 years I've been involved. Uniquely and ironically, I remember when Charlie Merlo was president and he asked me to just come to the meetings as a resident. And I would, and I had suggested Small Business Saturday events. Two of the board members at the time, and still are around, indicated that we should never promote that because there's nothing to shop in Keyport. And obviously, I was pretty flabbergasted by that. I don't know why I'd sit on a business board then. I've put energy in to try and change that. I've spent countless hours over the last 6 years trying to promote businesses on social media and explain the importance of that presence. The last 4 administrators have worked tirelessly trying to guide the process of understanding the procurement guidelines, Open Public Meeting Act regulations, and all those types of things. And understandably, it's not always understood. It is complicated. But at the same point, we're not in the concert business. This is something that's supposed to be about economic development. There's never any discussion about realtors having meetings with vacant spaces in the municipality. we're hit with resistance at the boroughs to involve because there's 4 spots that are appointed by the mayor and governing body, which would be the mayor's position unless I had a designee, council member, a resident appointment that's appointed by the governing mayor with consent of council, and then a particular employee, depending on, when I say particular, there's classifications that they could fall under within the borough. We actually had someone sitting on that for 2 years. And then when it was discussed about whether the borough was too involved, they agreed and they felt that it was a waste of their time to continue serving on it. So I flipped that person out because they definitely volunteered extensively for 2 years without getting compensation for that. So I flipped that seat this year and put a different employee on. But as a whole in entirety, if you look at the attendance records over the last 6 years, and the efforts put forward, it's continuously the 4 spots that are appointed by the borough or borough-owned seats. So, including the makeup of the executive board. In 6 years, the executive board has never been filled with 4 business owners. In fact, this year, Councilwoman McDermott, she's a councilwoman, she has to serve as their secretary because no one volunteered. The resident person this year had to serve as the treasurer. There was no treasurer for 2 years, which is illegal according to IRS standards. Prior to that, the treasurer that was on for 2 years quit twice, came back, and never once signed a check. So we have several compliance issues that are constant revolving door. In addition to the services that they receive from the borough for free, include our tax assessor services, our tax collector, constant communication with our administrator and guidance, an office that's air conditioned and climate controlled with phone lines and internet, access to council chambers and conference rooms. Obviously not when we're not in a pandemic, we didn't have access to them either. Our clerk, who always posts the notices for them, continuous efforts from the administrative secretary upstairs, and then our police services and our DPW that we've never once charged them back for. When we've asked continuously for them to hire personnel to do that differently, they just give pushback and say that they could just build DPW. We don't have DPW to do our own stuff in the municipality, as we all know, if we walk and drive around town. We don't have time to keep doing things for miscellaneous organizations. So with that said, I had suggested to the entire board last year when they wanted to have a meeting about changing the bylaws, that I had made a board decision to have a full board meeting, special meeting to discuss the bylaws. Some members were prepared to have that meeting, and then the executive board went against the full board vote and had their own private meeting. And then it was too late to end of the year because the ordinance would have had to change as well. This has been a guiding ship that it's constantly the borough that's guiding it. And it's been expressed multiple times that business owners feel the borough is too involved. And in some degrees, I agree for all the reasons I just listed, that they get those services for free and we don't charge back. Additionally, out of the last 6 years, I don't think it's been 2 years in its entirety that they've had an executive director. There's been 3 that I've known of in that 6 years. And it definitely hasn't been, if it's 2.5 years, that's it. So they run without guidance. And then when they do get guidance, it's still not guided properly. I was told at the end of last year that I needed to stop making all the recommendations because I was coming out as the bad guy because I kept insisting that Open Public Meeting Act be followed. Constant quorum emails kept getting broken on votes, monetary issues. I had suggested that I think the most appropriate form that they would structure the best from and meaning of all the holistic views would be that the best bet would be for them to form a chamber of commerce. Forming a chamber of commerce and dissolving and disbanding the business improvement district would allow those that want to participate into it to be able to do so. Those that don't want to, don't need to. And the other big component of that is that they wouldn't need to follow government procurement guidelines. They wouldn't need to file an Open Public Meeting Act. They wouldn't need to find an Open Public Record Act because it would not be a tax entity. So I wanted the governing body to review the ordinance and the bylaws. Councilman Good, you and I talked about this at length at the end of last year. We had said to give it 6 more months. We're at 6 more months. And the amount of time and energy that the borough has put into this, including myself serving on offering to assist with social media this year when they didn't have somebody to help out the president, who has gone through extensive measures, basically single-handedly, to try and put pieces back together. The executive board consulted attorneys and went out for proposals for attorneys and financial services so that they could be in proper guidelines. We're 6.5 months, well, we haven't had the attorney 6.5 months. We're 6.5 months into this year. The financials from last year have not been rectified yet. And there is potential civil litigation that could still come forward. There are definitely certain things that also were not disclosed to the IRS. So last year's paperwork are probably going to have to be changed, as well as this year's, by hiring a board member that was no longer on. She had stepped down in December. So she was a great asset, but we aren't able, we did, but we're without sending a disclosure to the IRS, you can't have someone step down from a nonprofit and then take a paid position. A newly created paid position. So there's a lot, and trying to look at things holistically. I think the governing body needs to decide what way we can move forward. Council President Good looked into whether trying to help keep the business improvement district classification so that we can still have it exist to somewhat, and then have the executive director fall under different guidelines without having to have the 501(c)(3). So it would be less stressful on the business owners. But I don't believe that that was possible according to Ms. London. I think every reiteration of possibilities, suggestions, guidance has been provided to the best of the borough's ability. But I do not know that, and it's definitely not for the lack of Shauna Berlew, lack of efforts from Shauna Berlew as the president this year. But, you know, we appointed a new resident position this year. They resigned an hour before the last meeting, and it's all because of the financial records. We appointed, there was people that put themselves on the ballot last year to be elected. Within the second meeting, they resigned. So it's just a continuous revolving door. Then I had been told they wanted to change the bylaw and decrease the amount of members. So I wasn't appointing them. Now I'm being told that I'm blocking them on purpose. But at this point, their elections begin in less than 8 weeks. They have to have their ballots ready for next year's elections. So also some names had come forward. However, there's conflicts of interest in multiple of the names that were put forward. So really, we just need to decide if they move forward with the Chamber of Commerce structure, which I think is what would be more in tune of what they would prefer. So I had spoken with the president during the first weeks of the farmers market. Again, something that she had to pull together by herself because there's no staff. Business owners are supposed to be sitting on the search committee. She asked them multiple times to read the resumes to no avail. So I would like to go around robin for the governing body members to hear your thoughts after you reviewed the ordinance and bylaws as to whether, after decades of really not operating correctly, and no matter how much guidance we give them, as I said, Mr. Gallo spent countless evenings trying to guide them. Tom Henshaw, and as well as Mr. Delaney. And it's not a reflection, I'll go on record again, of Ms. Berlin. Councilman Good.
Thank you, Mayor. In all honesty, I mean, I have there are definitely reservations, but as I was listening to you talk, a couple of items that Ms. Berlew was shaking her head at that I am curious about. It appeared, and I'm not going to speak for her, but I'd like to hear from her, that she disagreed with certain conclusions. Again, I don't know. I was just watching her shake her head. But I think that the KBBCL needs to, I think they need to also decide what they want to do. It's kind of like a put up or shut up time. This is the third iteration. And I know that there were issues with regard to the second one that might not have been the members' operational fault, but again, I'm not, that's hearsay. But I'd like them to, I'd like to hear what they want to do and what they expect to do. That's really what I have.
Yeah, I agree with you, which is why we've been asking for multiple members to serve on the board, come to meeting. Even the executive director last year and the year before he'd go to businesses and ask them to come to the meeting to express interest so that they could be nominated to be put on the board. I know I've spoken to new business owners in the municipality, and every time I ask them to come, they're a no-show to a KBBC meeting. And I know Shauna has spent time speaking with them also, and then they don't come. So, and it was virtual. So if they weren't coming, when they were in person because they were running their businesses, it's somewhat understandable. But when it's on Zoom, that's even more interesting. Councilwoman Pacheco?
I guess I agree with Councilman Good. I would like to hear what Shauna has to say. And I'm aware that there has been issues that go past 2020. However, I'm always hesitant right now in making these large decisions when we're finally emerging from what has been an abnormal 18 months. I think that we, need to figure out what that landscape looks like now that we are emerging into something where we can do more. So I'm curious to hear what Shauna has to say, and I just urge us to take a little caution in making large decisions like this right now. That's all.
Councilman Patakis?
Thank you, Mayor. I agree with both Councilman Good and Councilwoman Pacheco, especially with her point about us coming out of the pandemic. It's unfortunate that so much time has been spent on what you were talking about. It's a lot to absorb, a lot of which is absolutely brand new to me, hearing for the first time, as far as, the issues of compliance and the attorney and the going out to bid for attorney. And, I guess it's not a lot. It's a good portion of it. But let me just try and put it into my perspective, because I think it is a matter of perspective in a great deal. And I respect both you and Councilwoman McDermott's view, because you've been at the forefront for the last 2.5 years. And, in the reports that were given, there was never really much instance where it was said that there were problems emerging like this. And I guess as a council member, I would have liked to have been able to nip this kind of stuff in the bud early on and had the discussion at a council level, just so we can help. There's never, the KBBC has never operated in the efficient manner that I would like to see it operate. And that's only because we're all volunteers, right? And we're giving of our time, and everybody has opinions. But, prior to, after the dissolution of the KCC and the KBC, and then the KBBC came about, there was a time where it had to be reestablished. And I think that after the McLeod administration, we started to see a lot of that. In particular, when Steve Gallo was here, and he did focus a lot of time and energy on the KBBC, and it culminated, I think, the year before the pandemic, a couple of years before the pandemic, when we had a number of very, very successful events that were both sponsored and supported by the KBBC financially. I admit I see the time spent on that is spent by borough employees. I see that differently, a little bit differently. I think that it's an investment, especially given that we're not paying the board to do the jobs that they do or don't do, quite frankly. But the events that we've seen after, especially we didn't know what was going to happen after the last director's team left, and it came through in a big way, and I think that, anecdotally, one of the things that brought a couple of businesses that are here in town now were the events that were established by the KBBC. And the fact that we haven't had these events is really making its mark on some of the businesses, and especially the newer businesses. And I know we can't have them. Here's what my suggestion is. Take it with whatever however many grains of salt you want, but I'm going to need time to absorb what's been said here tonight. I want the opportunity to talk to some of the people that have volunteered to be on the board. I would love the opportunity to speak to Ms. Berlew and get her point of view. And I'd love to hear it tonight. But because what I hear a lot of perception issues, and I think that if we can throw our support behind whatever organization comes out of this, and hopefully it is a reestablished KBBC, we can start focusing on things like marketing and events, marketing for all the businesses up and in town. As far as the highway businesses are concerned, there's ways we can deal with that. Look, I'll stop now, but I feel pretty strongly about tabling any decision tonight, and moving forward, like Ms. Pacheco said, with caution. Thank you. Sorry it took so long.
Councilman McDermott. Oh, actually, you clarified that the events that weren't planned weren't the KBBC's fault. Once they got guidance, they did start planning events, and then they were hold on until the fair, which is not happening. So the music events will be taking place on Mondays for 6 weeks after the fair would have been done. So,
are we doing, just out of curiosity, I haven't heard anything about this, but are we doing Thursday night music as well?
No, we talked about that. You voted on it as a council, that it'll be on Monday nights. And the reasons on Monday nights is because the outdoor businesses on the waterfront already had their contracts secured for Thursday nights. And that was talked about at the KBBC board, that the only available night for this mini park was Monday evenings. And that's what the KBBC board voted on.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Councilwoman McDermott.
So just for everyone's clarification, an extension to 2020 taxes was filed. So we still need to file for 2020, just to make sure everyone knows that that's been handled with our accountant, the KBBC accountant. The other factor, it has been difficult to retain engagement by board members, and also true commitment regarding ownership of some pieces. Now, I'm not going to say it's been negative the entire time, but there's been some fluctuations. And what happens is you get a lot of engagement in the beginning and people burn out, or they just disengage because they get busy in their own businesses. And out of due respect, if I have a business, I need to say my priority is. If I'm a business owner, my priority is my business. So this is a KBBC is a volunteer position as a board. One of the great things I would say is this, with the new executive board and the board this year, there's been a lot of education and uptraining on what is the operation, how to operate, what we call operational excellence. So there's been definitely more compliance with this and ensuring that we're meeting as best possible. So Councilman Fotopoulos, this has also been always said in reports that we've had fluctuation of members who resigned, and it's been put in public record when they resigned back and forth. So there always was a fluctuation of board members. That's been throughout, prior to 2019. I've seen it in records from 2015 and on. So I think one of the key things is that we do need to understand the objective of what KBBC is might be beyond what it can offer in that capacity. Regarding the other factors of positions, a lot of the argument, just so everyone know that why it's borough operate with the boroughs involved is the appointment of positions when they become vacant. Just as any position that becomes vacant in any board, committee, or any organization that's run by the governing body, the mayor has a right to appoint that person into it. So this is KBBC follows the same protocol as every other committee and every other planning board and everything else. So the ordinance does allow this, and this is where some of the gaps it's not the mayor just focusing on that. The point is that according to the ordinance, that is how positions are filled when a vacancy occurs. So if a person does not vacate their KBBC position, they stay on it for the 3 years, the 3 years of the election that they get seated on. There's been some inconsistencies in how elections have occurred. So when a person becomes vacant, let's just say a person leaves in the middle of their second year and they still have 1 year left. They have to go back and do an election and fill in a gap of 1 year and then come back for re-election. So for example, the president, Shauna Ballou, will have to run for re-election according to the vacancy this year, even though she won election last year.
Although there is a difference.
Anyway, I'm just saying that there's been inconsistency in this stuff. This is a gray area within the bylaws that's not very clear. So that's something that has to be fixed, whether it's at the ordinance level or at the bylaws, that has to be fixed. So like just the positions of the gaps have been an issue. It's been very gray. It's been interpretive, not actual. Vacancies of positions have always gone to the mayor, whether it's he, she, it, whatever. They have a right to choose that position because it's vacant because the board member left for whatever decisions that may have been. So if those are things that the KBBC business owners feel that the boroughs too involved in making decisions on, that is something that needs to be, recommendations need to come from the KBBC board and business owners to change that. So we're not, as a borough and as KBBC, we're actually following compliance rules. So just to be sure we understand that. We're following the ordinances and everything else. Regarding the expenditure money this year, because of COVID, focus was on visual improvements, marketing, and some events, right? And KBBC has always been, I think, cooperative and flexed with the borough, whether, for example, not starting the music Mondays until after the Fireman's Fair, which was pre-approved. So I think there's always been flexibility. There also has been a lack of chargeback. So in meetings, let's DPW, we'll hire a police department, DPW, but then there would be nothing for that KBC would, it would be hard for KBC to pay back if we don't really know how much money is spent. And those are little things. There's some of the things that pass. By the way, it's not Jay. It's not current administration, but it was difficult for KBBC to pay back when they didn't know what to charge back on, because we didn't know what was the DPW expenditure. You didn't know what was the police department expenditure. It wasn't very clearly aligned. So when we would have it, so when KBC would have an event, a budget for Music Fest, $65,000, whatever, $30,000. If it cost us $100,000 with police department, DPW, we had no idea. So I think those are things that need to be more defined between both the borough and whatever KBBC or whatever it ends up being, if any services are going to be cost shared, that needs to be defined better, including legal support, including, engineering fees, professional services, the borough administrator time, any of that stuff has to be defined better. The other factor is that, just for everyone to understand why I took over recording secretary, I clearly asked in a meeting, I did not want to take this position if there was a business owner who wanted to take this, because I do not want to take a seat from a business owner, because that's what the KBC board is there for. It's really for our businesses. And I did this because of I was voted in by board members, and I said, sure, I take the responsibility, as just to ensure that we had, some sort of, we had consistency. And since I've been there for a few years, I can help with the executive board. But again, I want to be very clear. I was very clear in saying I would never want to take this seat if a business owner was willing to do it, and the board decided to vote me in as recording secretary. And I have no issues doing the job, just so everyone, for the record. I think it's for me, I'm very proud to have supported the KBBC in that manner. And I hope I've been doing a great job with that one. But I just want to kind of give everyone some background. It's been a lot of what we call gaps across the period. And I do think KBBC in 2019 and prior to was becoming an events committee. That's all it did predominantly. And one of the key things we learned with COVID, we have to actually do a lot of business development. We have to help in grant writing supporting. We have to have more resources, more consulting. More marketing has to be building up. I mean, there's a lot of other pieces that we can't just, having events on Thursdays is not or having one event, Music Fest, it's not a benefit to the town. We really need to work on infrastructure, making the town.
2,000 people isn't a benefit to the town?
I'm not saying that should not be a primary benefit of KBBC, which was becoming. Because there were a lot of money was being spent on events. When 75% of your budget is being spent on events, I mean, what we called, besides administration fees, I'm not talking about the administrator fee,
right,
or the executive director. That's a lot of money being put into that.
I'm sorry that I shouldn't have interrupted, but the events are, businesses sell out of their goods when events like that.
It's a matter of opinion, Councilman Fitopoulos. There's not one highway business that sells out a good for a music festival.
Not highway business. I'm talking about down.
But that's my point. But that's our complaints, that we keep getting complaints from Broad Street businesses and highway businesses and all of the other businesses that pay into this in the industrial areas, that they do not benefit from it. We're not saying that the music festival wasn't great.
Not the music
but
festival.
it is not entirety.
Then perhaps the thought is
Councilwoman McDermott, finish, please.
Okay. The other factors are that there have been some gaps in positions in the executive board that have not been truly addressed. And there's been some, what we call Band-Aids been put in there. But I think that stuff is being dealt with and being resolved, with the new makeup. But again, these are things that we have to look and identify as a governing body. Is this working, not working? I'm being fully transparent, and I'm always available for anyone to contact and engage with. Feel free to contact me. We can have a conversation. But again, I think there's good, bad, and ugly with this, and we really do see to kind of ensure that we are protecting and supporting our businesses to the highest level. And if we're doing a tax assessment of properties that are residential and commercial qualifier, and if it's not being addressed and needed to the way that they want, they want to opt out, they should be able to opt out. And a commerce seems to be the only answer for that, if that's the way it goes. Again, I'm not saying one or the other. I'm open for discussion for all of, for the council and the mayor, we're available for anyone to engage with. That's it.
Thank you. Councilwoman Davidson.
Thank you, Mayor. So I have, I also agree, it could go both ways on how I feel about the KBC and how it functions, how it's functioned in the past, how it's functioning today. My concerns are with the fact that the bylaws haven't been followed. The mayor alluded to financial concerns and IRS filings. And the fact that we're dealing with public funds is a concern. And as a council, I think we need to be very well aware that we're aware of something that is wrong at this point in time, and it needs to be addressed going forward. Otherwise, we are all going to be held accountable for letting mistakes continue to move on. And that concerns me as a council member, it concerns me for the borough, it concerns me as an individual. So my confusion lies with, I know that there's been a lot of turnover as far as the executive director from 2018 onward. And somewhere along the way, the bylaws seem to have just not been important to the board, where if I can speak from personal experience, when I did work for the KBBC, and I know that the meetings were run well, the minutes were taken, the financials were done and reconciled monthly and signed off on appropriately. These were all in place, and somewhere along the way, something got lost. So while I agree that there's huge benefit to the KBBC for our businesses, whether it's maybe not so much for the highway or our industrial, but for our small town mom and pop shops, there is a benefit when we have events. And when we used to have visual improvements and money was spent equally throughout all the different buckets. But again, it seemed to evolve into something different. I believe that's mostly because of all the transition. And there's no consistency in an executive director, in the board members that are looking to do one cohesive thing with marketing, with bringing in new businesses, with real estate and visual improvements, so on and so forth. So it is a really, really tough call for me personally. I think it can be good if it was run well. I fear that removing the council and mayor involvement is just going to make it spiral more out of control, perhaps, whether it's our current council and governing body, a past governing body, or a future. I think we need to be aware that removing the governing body from the bylaws as a potential could be detrimental to not only the borough, but the businesses and where their tax money is being spent and how appropriately it is being spent. So again, it's a tough call for me and how I feel. I look forward to hearing all the comments from Ms. Berlew to see her side of it, but something definitely needs to be done. And at this point, I think I hate to say the word pause, but I think a stop, a reevaluation, a real look at the bylaws, how they're being followed, and accountability for the current board members needs to definitely be examined further before we can continue on in any way. That's all I have for now.
Councilwoman McNamara.
Thank you. I do agree that any of the reporting requirements, that there's, anything outstanding that needs to be addressed now that it's been aired, that there are things out there, that should be a priority. Then after that, for me, I would hope to hear from, members of the board, as well as just, a nice selection of KBBC members, whether they are businesses that think they benefit or don't benefit, and what these businesses want and expect from the KBBC. I mean, if they don't have, maybe they don't want it to continue. I mean, maybe they do. I've seen lots of great events happen through the years, and I also hear what Councilwoman McDermott said, that should the whole or the largest chunk of the budget be going to things like that, where you get a one-day windfall, right? We want continued traffic into our community, not just events. So I'm sure there's a lot more to discuss, but I am very curious to hear from businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Councilwoman Pacheco, did you want to say anything? You were going to talk before. Councilwoman Pacheco, did you want to add something earlier? Am I on mute?
Doesn't seem like.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you. All I was going to say was that the concern is that events I mean, there's so many pieces of this that we need to talk to about that I think that we're obviously going to need to talk about this as a, you know, we're going to need to talk about this again because this isn't going to get resolved tonight. However, what all I was going to say was that the concern is that the events aren't drawing businesses to the highway district. I mean, we can have an event on Maple Place. We can do things in other places. You know, all I'm saying is that we should take care before we completely dismantle something that could possibly be fixed. That's all.
Leslie London, can you discuss what options would be feasible? So before we open it to the public, what would be required if we were to grant the business owners that have commented that they want to be out of it and they wanted to dissolve their wish to be able to, for them to form a chamber of commerce so they can operate in their own autonomous way? What would be required? That's what I just want to ask. And then if there were money in the bank, does that have to be dissolved within tax areas, or can, like hypothetically, say we grant whether it's a 50-50 divide, that they want to go forward with the Chamber of Commerce and get away from the business district. If there's $100,000 in the bank now, can we roll that over for them to start their Chamber of Commerce with? Or can we not do that? I don't even know what options there are. But I know that the option of me continuing to sit on a board when things are not legal or compliant, we cannot move forward with that any longer. So I don't know how to fix this.
Yeah, I can provide a more detailed memo on dissolution if that is something that you would be considering. You created the business district via ordinance, so it would be dissolved via ordinance. How it gets dissolved, I would have to lay that out for you. I'm not prepared tonight to give you all the ins and outs of that, but that is always an option. To dissolve, you can reconstitute it in another way. You've done it before, it can be done again. It cannot be absorbed into the borough. It's meant to be by statute a nonprofit independent type of entity. So, you know, constituting it as part of the borough is not an option. It needs to remain independent.
So could you look into potentially if they did, if there's ifs, a lot of ifs, but we can't make decisions without the full dialogue. So that's why we're having this dialogue. That if we were to disband, I can't see forming a fourth reiteration of this nonprofit organization when it's for the same reasons every time. It's, you know, as I said earlier, the business owner's not understanding how to follow government procurement rules and all the other things that come with it, which is tedious and understandably frustrating on their part. So would we be allowed to, since the money is supposed to be in the businesses, right? Well, it's supposed to be economic development and everything else, but could we roll that into if they established a Chamber of Commerce? So that way they start and they can work off of the interest of that, and it kind of starts them off in the Chamber of Commerce with a piggy bank, so to speak.
They won't be allowed to do that.
Into that. That would be great, Ms. Linden. And if you could just report back to the governing body on that, I'd appreciate that.
Yes.
Okay, can we have a motion to open this to the public, please? It'll be 3 minutes per person, and then we'll go on to the next subject after that.
Motion.
Mayor, can I just make a quick clarification, just for, I believe that it's the property owners that are paying. It's not the
Commercial property owners.
Yeah.
Not the business.
Some are mixed use though.
Right. Some are mixed use with residential. So, yep.
Right.
Understood. Thanks.
Can I have a motion to go to public for this topic only for 3 minutes per person max?
We need a second.
Can I have a second from the governing body?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Berlin?
Larry?
Ms. Berlin has her hand up.
Okay.
Can you unmute
There's
yourself?
unmute,
please?
Sean. Sean, you're muted.
Sorry. Good evening, everyone. Shauna Berlew, 343 Broad Street, Keyport, owner of Chicky, 366 Broad Street, Keyport. I'm here tonight as president of KBBC on behalf of all of the businesses in Keyport. A thriving small business ecosystem is central to creating a dynamic and equitable economy. I'm here in support of KBBC and to respectfully request Mayor and Council's consideration in tonight's discussions regarding the status and future of KBBC listed on the agenda that we're at. Many business owners have come to me and have stepped up to come together to support the continuation of KBBC. They are willing to participate as volunteers and board members in putting in the work necessary to best serve the current and future needs of Keyport's Business Improvement District and economic revitalization. We urge Mayor and Council to consider the unified front amongst our local small business owners and to recognize the many benefits Keyport provides to the borough of Keyport, our bid stakeholders, and our community. Historically, having a Chamber of Commerce hasn't proved to be as beneficial or successful as being in a business improvement district or bid. We have a great deal of gratitude and respect for our governing body, and we would like to continue to build upon having a mutually beneficial relationship. We ask Mayor and Council to please fill by appointment the current 5 board seat vacancies on KBBC as we work to change the bylaws and submit amendments to the relating ordinances. In regards to Mayor Kennedy, and as she was saying, I agree that we will continue as we've done in 2021 following procurement laws, and I welcome borough involvement. This is not taxpayer money. This is a special assessment imposed on businesses or the commercial property owner, depending how it's set up. I can get into a statement by statement debate, but we will save that for a later date. It is not illegal to hire a resident that sat on our board for a year to do social media for our businesses. Any excess benefit would be reported to the IRS and disclosed. As far as salsa on Mondays, we did submit for Mondays, but there has been new information gained that karaoke will no longer be a conflict. There's been many years spent on branding KBBC or Keyport Thursdays, and most of our shops would benefit from having it on Thursdays. So upon board approval next week, I will be submitting to council to change Salsa Mondays to Keyport Thursdays. As far as taking advantage of the borough and being a drain, I will propose that KBBC purchases and acquires its own office and storage space outside of Borough Hall. KBBC has recently taken on the cost of paying $44,000 for the paving, signage, and striping of the municipal parking lot on Broad Street and West Front Street, which was proposed to us as previously being paid for by NPP and the borough. As far as the highway industrial area is concerned, there is an opt-out clause. And we allocated a majority of our funding this year towards visual improvements and plan to put an iron welcome gateway right on Highway 36. Also, to be made by one of our local industrial business owners, and I received the proposal today. We have much work left to do. We ask for your patience and understanding as you consider these factors in your discussions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Berlew. Just for a matter of clarification in your commentary about the parking lot, it was only a request from the borough for line striping. It was actually the board members of KBBC that asked for and it went for a vote with KBBC. The borough did not come asking for the full paving. That was actually proposed by board members, business owners. So I just want to clarify that one. Mr. Vecchio?
Larry Vecchio, 55 West Front Street, Keyport, New Jersey. I hope everybody got my letter that I sent with regard to the Business Alliance. I didn't get one reply from anybody, but I want to make sure you have it. I want to also say that I'm disgusted by your comments, Mayor, about this board not having done things over the past several years, but they will tell you that they are the single most influential part of the turnaround of Keyport in the last 15 or 20 years. Okay. So, and I can prove it to you. So you really need to think about, I'm not saying, and by the way, if there's problems with the way that board's being run, you have been on it for a year and a half, and so has Delia. So I find it ironic that we're having issues with on a board that you're on. I definitely think this council
You
is
sat on
worth.
the board as well, Mr. Vecchio, when I was pointing out all of those things that were done illegally and improper.
I got off it. Okay. And then, you know, so you just gotta, there's reasons for things to happen. And now you won't put me back on because I resigned 3 times, because every time you get involved or the council or government gets involved and they start wasting taxpayers' money, I don't want to be involved in it. We don't need an executive director for this $175,000 bid. Think about it. What a waste of money. You need to hire a CPA and an attorney to comply with the crap you got to deal with. And I get it. I don't like any of the procurement rules at all. Okay. But this mini park wouldn't have been built with those procurement rules. So just put on the record, in order to get things done, it doesn't always work that way, whether we like it or not. Okay. The fact is that we in order to comply with those rules, you're going to need a lawyer. You're going to need an accountant. I'd rather spend my money there than on an executive director. And you need we shouldn't be paving parking lots. We should be running advertisements and social media marketing. And there should be some events. I'm not saying I'm not a big, I'm for events, but I wouldn't spend most of my money if it were up to me. But I got to tell you, this board has done a lot of good things over the last 20 years. And for you to even be, honestly, I don't even like, and no disrespect, everybody, I appreciate all the time to sit here all night like this. I don't know how you do this. Okay. But I'm going to tell you, the less council I think that's where the breakdown came between COVID and the government involvement. I think messed up this past year. So I would like to tell you that those who haven't been involved in this can be a very beneficial thing. It has been for 20 years. So to even think about closing it's pretty, it doesn't make any sense to me at all. Okay. But I do think there should be, everybody needs to cover their butt and make sure that it's done right. And I'm with you 100% on that, but that we don't have to be, we're really wasting time right now, even doing it. And the other thing about business owners, if they come to you and they don't like it, send them to the meeting. It's not your job to run the council. It's our job, or the council members' jobs, not yours. If they don't like it, if they don't show up to the meeting, they can talk all they want. Thank you.
I'm sorry, I just want to clarify at the end, you're saying if I do refer them to the meetings.
If they don't come, then let them keep crying. They all know where I'm at. Every person in town knows me. If they want to come to they know where the Business Alliance is.
Absolutely. And that's why you and I have an open dialogue all the time, Larry, and I appreciate that. Right. So, but you even just said that the mini park wasn't built by following rules, right? This is why it's a third reiteration, because it got shut down because of all the illegal
doesn't make it
before.
Right. I just say
doesn't make it right.
Have to have it
but
that
that's
way.
Why I think if we
town wouldn't
remove
have been built with procurement clause.
Right, and now who's paying all the tort claims every time someone falls because all the steps are falling apart because it wasn't built, right? Because it didn't have engineering study. So we could go around all the time.
Don't get me going on the engineering.
If we want to remove the board involvement,
you got to wake up. You guys are when you're trying to speak for the engineers. You guys, I sent a letter. I'm sending another one to you to show you what it costs to build one building in Keyport is a disgrace.
Larry, that's the planning board's engineer. That's not the borough's engineer.
You hire him.
I reported. Sorry. You talk to the planning board.
You appoint the planning board.
No, we don't.
Who appoints the planning board?
The mayor does.
Okay.
And then we elect one person.
Starts at the top.
Okay, but either way, I think the consensus of what you're saying, Larry, is exactly what I said in the beginning, that there is a divide as to whether the business owners should have to follow all the procurement rules in government. They are tedious, they're extensive, they're exhausting. I agree.
They all don't apply to this organization.
They do 100% agree. And you're arguing with me once again, which is what you do every time you're on the board.
I'll give you lawyers from other towns who don't have their mayor and council involved and it's under the same bid.
Right, and their board members listen and follow Open Public Meeting Acts, purchasing guidelines, and Oprah Acts.
I disagree, and I can prove it.
Any other members by the show of hand? Mr. Graham?
Looks like,
I'm with J. Graham Jr., 22 St. Peter's Place. And in regard to what Mr. Lou and Mr. Vecchio just said, you know what? I agree with them and I stand behind. Thank you.
Mr. Straub?
Yes, thank you. I had to unmute. Let me just take my hand out. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I did not want to speak tonight because I'm no longer involved with KBBC. I think Shauna did a great job in her comments tonight. I am concerned, and I just want to say for the record briefly, and maybe it will have to be a separate conversation at a different point, but Mayor, you have said a number of things that aren't true, and you've done this consistently over a number of meetings, and you've changed some facts after the fact. I would say to anyone, go back and listen to or watch the meetings and listen to the meetings, and you will find out exactly what the facts were. For example, when you're talking about, you've made allusions to things weren't being done properly, Open Public Records Act, purchasing, blah, 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 and you've constantly complimented Shauna. Well, the person there before Shauna was me. So you're indirectly accusing me of things that you're not directly accusing me of. So as far as anything that was done wrong in terms of procurements or open records, I don't know what you're talking about. But I will say, in the ordinance, I just pulled it up. This is the ordinance, and the council members have an opportunity over the past couple of weeks to hopefully take a look at it. But when the most current ordinance was revised in August of 2013, the section where it had said District Management Corporation shall conduct its business in accordance with the Open Public Meetings Act and Open Public Records Act and the Local Public Contracts Law. The Local Public Contracts Law is stricken. It was removed from the ordinance. We went back and forth on this for years. Steve Gallo's response to me originally was, well, that shouldn't have been. Well, it doesn't matter because it's in there. It's in the ordinance until it's changed. So in the ordinance, it says the KBBC does not have to comply with public contracts law. So let the lawyers figure that one out. And we actually did hire an attorney. But Mayor, you've said one other thing, which you continue to repeat, which is false. And you say that the executive board had a special meeting and excluded the general board of KBBC when it came time to change the bylaws. That's not what happened. And again, I encourage anyone to go back, watch the meeting, listen to the meeting, and see what actually happened. We did agree in the October meeting that we would set up a meeting to discuss possible changes in bylaws. We set a date. In the course of those next 2 weeks, in my research, I discovered through consultation with some experts that in order to change the bylaws, we also had to have the ordinance changed. I called the board members at the time and said we would put the board meeting on bylaws on hold until we could clarify the issue. At the November meeting, we made a presentation, myself, the president, Lorraine, made a presentation, came up with some bullet points and told the board that both had to be addressed, the ordinance and the bylaws. You were not in favor of what we had to say. Again, that's on record. At the December meeting, don't shake your head. Anyone, go listen to and watch the meeting. In the December meeting, and when you talk about violations of things that are supposed to be done the right way, at the end of the December meeting, you went into closed session. You did not give me a rights notice. You did not give me an opportunity to participate in the closed session. And when you came out of the closed session, my understanding was that you had convinced the board members to remove me or allow my employment to end, which again was not true. So again, I did not want to come on this. I just want to point out that there are several critical inconsistencies in things that you have said. And I would encourage anyone to just go back and get copies of the audio of the meetings, get copies of the videos for the meetings, and see for yourself what was actually said.
I welcome to do the same because I believe they would concur with what I said already. Anyone else from the public? Going once. Going
Hello.
twice.
John Marilla.
Hi, Mr. Marlowe.
John Marilla, 34 Broad Street. I'll probably turn it tune it down a little bit. I know Matt seen some heads spinning, but I'm not on video. Mine was doing like 360s because I have to be quite honest with you. We are debating as a mayor and council the operation of a volunteer elected group by the business owners in Keyport, which has been around for a pretty long time and for the most has been run pretty well. The key part of this equation is whether it's the mayor and council, whether it's Keyport Recreation, whether it's the KBBC, the key word is it's Keyport. We're all here. This group, the KBBC, is not running events for Union Beach or the Bay Shore. They're doing things for Keyport. Maybe not as fast as most would like. The mayor and council don't act as fast as I would like on a lot of events and of a lot of issues. Prime example, tonight we just approved the contract for the PBA. It expired in 2016. Last 5 years, we've had 4 administrators. That was discussed tonight, these issues. We're gonna have a landscape contract in May. Memorial Day came, Memorial Day went. The bottom line is you gotta give a little bit of slack to a group that's a bunch of volunteers trying to run their own businesses and trying to stay open after an 18-month. I echo Victoria's comments. 18 months, some businesses, we should thank God businesses opened in Keyport during the pandemic. Can't say that about a lot of other municipalities. We should be there thanking them, not opposing them. And the group that we're now, the group that are people that are there, years ago, we had contested races, people that wanted to serve. Okay, things have changed. And give the opportunity to Shauna, a new elected president, to make things better. I agree with some of the council members, but this is the first time you're actually hearing both sides. So hear both sides, give an opportunity, and then make a decision. The bottom line is it's working. It's just not working as fast as most want. And you know what? I endorse and I say I go to all the meetings, I give input, I help when I can as a volunteer. I'm not a business owner, I'm just a resident. But I think all in all, the KBBC is a betterment for our community. The KBBC is, believe it or not, has a lot to do with the NPP. When we first started the NPP years ago in 1984 under Mr. Mayor Bergen, it came into town, the NPP, the Neighborhood Preservation Program. We decided after that, 5 years, God, we have to do something else because the NPP expired. And that's when discussions were a KBA. And we did it. And we still have it today, which I think is a major accomplishment. Through 5 different mayors, many administrators, we still have it. And we should still hang on to it and support one another. Thank you.
I just completely agree with you, Mr. Merla, as far as supporting the businesses. As you know firsthand, how I have been promoting the businesses on my social media page for 6 years, all the events, putting the time in. You know, most recently reaching out to do the ribbon cuttings because there isn't someone to do those. And anything else, townwide yard sale lists, all of that kind of stuff. I wouldn't put all that time in if I wasn't interested in helping the businesses. Again, I wouldn't have spent each morning for 2 or 3 months trying to promote each business on the KBBC page. And prior to that, all year last year throughout the pandemic, calling every restaurant every single Sunday to find out who was going to be open for the first 4 months of the pandemic and typing up a list and putting it up on social media, as well as, you know, making sure all the business owners were aware of every time there was a new grant opportunity throughout the pandemic, including going door to door. to drop the letters off when we had the hard copy letters. So there's no one on this governing body that's anti-business. It's about opening the dialogue as to what is the best way to move forward. And the only way to have that was in a public meeting. So I don't think there's a single person on here that's anti-business.
I don't think I said that,
I know,
but
I
if
just
I
want to
did,
clarify.
I
though.
apologize. No one on that board should be anti-business because you know
Correct.
why? The business in this community, the 200 plus,
Correct.
make it a lot easier for
Supporting
that
them,
mayor and council to
absolutely,
sit
and,
where they
you know.
sit because they're the backbone of this community. Without those 200
Absolutely.
businesses, you can have all the beautification projects on the waterfront you want. But if people don't come to this community because of the businesses, there is no community. So
Absolutely.
I totally agree with you. But if you feel in your heart that strong about businesses that you supported them for the past 6 years wholeheartedly, what changed your mind all of a sudden?
It's not that I don't want to support them. It's trying to hear both sides of the voice of reason.
Okay.
Some do not want the government part involved. I understand that.
That's
right?
fair.
So that's presenting the platform. Do they want to move forward as a chamber of commerce or as a bid?
I think
Well-
we'd like to move forward as a bid, but have our seats filled at the very least, right? If we're down 4 business seats plus 1 resident, I think filling those seats are in our best interest. And as far as changing the bylaws, we cannot, as a board, upon elected individuals, recommend or vote upon filling the vacancies. It's all by mayor appointment and council approval.
For the vacancies, correct, which, you know,
All
one of them
5
came at
seats.
that last meeting. Right, and a lot of them they all happened this year because everyone saw the legal issues.
No, we were
that
down, what,
having.
3 in the beginning
No,
of
we
the
went
year?
into the year full.
No, we were never full with 13
We
members.
just had the elections in the fall to fill the board.
We were never full with 13
Then the
members.
elections weren't done properly.
Well, they were to
Which is a
the
problem.
standards of the bylaws at that time, and that's why there is discussions with our attorney. And
There was a
now, as
vacancy
of
that
June,
happened after
amongst
the
the
election
board.
notice went out too. So that's what caused the shortage.
Right, I mean,
And people didn't
Chris, right,
resign
but-
because of the
Chris-
financial
Chris
problem.
resigned, so
there
we were
there
down
was
one.
no
going into
financial
the year.
problems. I'm still
Right.
curious
We
about
were
that.
down 1 going into the beginning of the year because Chris
We never had
resigned.
12,
Right.
11 max.
Right, we had, but
Should be
because
13.
Chris resigned, as the Mr. Vecchio just pointed out, after the ballots went out. So
No,
we started the year off with 11.
Right, we should be
Uh,
13 plus an executive director. And upon state law, 13 is the maximum, and most municipalities have 1 member of governing body. I'm not opposed to having members of the governing body join our board. I welcome it within reason, right? As this is supposed to be for the businesses, by the businesses. But we certainly need borough involvement. And Mayor Kennedy, you've done a wonderful job. I mean, really, you totally helped me in January figure it out and stay in compliance and do things the right way. Delia too. I mean, Delia is a wonderful human being, and I really appreciate everything you've done this year.
And I don't
So
think
by no means is
businesses
there a
would- yeah.
separation.
I don't think the businesses would be afraid or not in favor of reimbursing the borough either.
Absolutely.
I'm in favor of that. I think that
Yes.
that's, that's not
Right.
fair either. So-
Right. Well, a bid
And our
is
council
really a
members
benefit
don't
to
even
the
have a
borough.
coat hook, right? They can't, our council members serve our constituents at a whole, not just businesses, and they don't even get a coat hook in this whole borough hall, which is ridiculous, but.
Well,
So I've offered in the
let's fix
past
that.
for the KBBC to move down to the Red House to be a welcoming center. We can't get an updated restaurant guide it's just continuous.
I have
And
it.
then when
I
the
mean, I
restaurant
have all-
guide that did get put together last time is after 4 years of begging for that from the business owners and staff to do it. But it was Steve Gallo and Paul McKeefe that put it together at the last version of it. So again, we've asked multiple times, and I know Shauna has as well, to have businesses actually make the commitment. But there's also been conflicting information as to whether family members can serve on the board. Because I had two people that I wanted to appoint at the beginning of the year and was told that they couldn't be appointed because a family member was on the board. Then I'm told now to put a different family member on the board. So the seesaw back and forth that's what's exhausting.
Excuse me, Mayor.
But as far as supporting the businesses, the entire governing body has been in support of our businesses always and always will be. Melissa, you have your hand up?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Melissa, we hear you. You're
Oh,
good.
okay. Sorry, this is my first Zoom meeting ever. My name is Melissa O'Connell. I own the property 7980 Broad Street, and I'm the owner and operator of the Keyport Funhouse. I also just moved to Cliffwood Beach. So I am not a longtime resident or business owner of Keyport, but I am a committed one. I've moved my entire life down here. Part of the things that have attracted me to the town was the small town feel, and that it was so wonderful getting a lot of my permits and stuff done with the government, your government, I guess. But it was also the events and the way the events were done. That's why I kind of wanted to open a business down in Keyport. I'm also the one that everyone was talking about that was having some of the business meetings at my store. I can't make Zoom meetings. This is my first one. I'm actually away on vacation, so this has been going in and out. But I didn't want you, we have been meeting, like a bunch of us have been meeting, because Shauna and everyone wanted to do the Thursday nights in the KBBC. I didn't even know Jack was fired. I just thought he wasn't around because of COVID. But the man was in my store all the time, and that's how I did know about everything. But he'd always ask. It's recently, we've been meeting at 9 o'clock in the morning because it works for us. We're all owner operated. We can't make it at night. We all have families, like all my family's downstairs. I've been on this thing since 7 o'clock. But they have been coming at 9 o'clock before they open their stores, and they will stay open on Thursday nights till 9 o'clock.
Hopefully she's vacationing someplace nice.
Seaside. Melissa, you're cutting out if you can hear us. Nope.
I think we lost her.
Yeah.
I think they might be having storms down there.
I lost Wi-Fi before here on Broad Street.
Okay, anyone else by show
So
of
did I.
hands? When she comes back in, we'll let her back in to talk. But in the meantime, anyone else by show of hands want to speak? Where? Oh, there you are. Melissa.
Oh, she froze again.
Oh.
While we're waiting, Mr. Merla,
Yeah.
I let Mr. John, we had a police contract. It went through 2020. Steve Gallo negotiated it. So it wasn't 5 years overdue. Just wanted to make that point.
Oh, well, tonight's resolution says 2016. Maybe the resolution's wrong. It could be like Lincoln Hose. It's Liberty Hose. That trucks needs to be replaced. It's all right. We all make mistakes. That's why I raised
Getting the L's. It's getting the L's wrong.
Melissa,
That's all.
you're back on, Melissa.
Hello.
Again.
Hi, Melissa.
Hi, sorry.
That's okay.
You can hear me?
Yes.
Okay, sorry, there are I'm down in Seaside Heights. There's tons of thunderstorms down here. So all I'm trying to say is, sorry about that. All I'm trying to say is I think your town is great. I don't know all the political ins and outs. There is a lot of support, but they just, they're older like me and don't know how to work all of this. And when you go back into person, I can vouch that there will be people there to support Shauna.
Thanks, Melissa.
really why I moved to this town and open a business.
Thank you.
That's it. Thank you.
Anne?
Hi, Ann Boyce, 42 Broad Street. I'm also on the board of the KBBC. I just want to let council know that we are definitely working on, and yes, we are behind. We're working on some events to come up August, which we know the car show has already been approved by council. We just need to give you the date. We plan on doing something September and October. We are also, with Melissa's help, working on a lot of really great marketing tools for every business in town, not just downtown, everyone. It'll include the car dealerships. It will include Stop and Shop, all the businesses that pay into the bid, or technically the buildings pay into the bid. So it's not that we're not doing anything. It's just, like everyone is aware, things take time. We have to get information together, bring it back to the board, get approval. Then we need to go to council, bring it to them, get approval. But we are working on quite a few different events to come up starting in August.
You mean July?
Well, the car show is August.
Thank you, Anne. Anyone else by show of hands? Chad?
So Chad Simons from Gourmet Italian Delights, 29 West Front Street. And we're a new business in town, just celebrated 1 year over here. I was elected to the board of the KBBC, and you know, it was a lot to run a business and do like the mayor said, to run a business and do all the procurements and figure out all of the new things that have to be done with this. But in general, like when Melissa said, like a couple of businesses all got together, and a lot of people do have a lot of good ideas and stuff, but it can be a little bit intimidating to, you know, be a new business and start all this stuff and then be involved. You don't know when to raise your hand. You don't know what to say, or to put, you know, people on the spot, or when in essence, you really want to just do the best thing for the town. You want to bring everybody together. You want to get more traffic into the town. And then how do we do that? Is basically by talking and putting everybody together and getting ideas. But sitting in some of the KBBC meetings, it didn't always seem that easy to do, where when we're talking just in general and how to do it, it seems like we were able to come up with a little bit of easier things, like Ann said, a map, some other events, you know, stuff like that would really benefit the town. And in general, the town does need a lot more people to filter through here, you know, whether it be finding municipal parking, and, you know, getting the town to really bump so that people have to move to the other side of town to park and walk through the town and see all the great businesses that are here. You know, there's a lot of cool stuff that's in Keyport. We are starting to see a lot of foot traffic, probably because of the waterfront. Well, it's definitely because of the waterfront, but we're also getting a lot of people who are coming to town to visit us for just online stuff that they're seeing and saying, man, we never knew how great Keyport was, or, you know, how beautiful it was. And that's the thing that we need to do is advertise and push. And like Larry said, let's get, you know, an advertising company, or let's get, you know, those things. But how do we do that more comfortably for everybody to be able to feel like they can do it without being, you know, let's say pressed down, you know, or feel a little bit more free to just flow with, you know, not worrying about the governmental portion of it. So it's a great thing that we feel that we're part of this town, and we think the KBBC is a good thing. But being new to it, we also were trying to learn, and but sitting in meetings for 3-4 hours and trying to run a business at nighttime, it just wasn't feasible for us to do.
I agree.
But, you know,
I agreed. I don't even own a business.
Yeah, you know, and like you said, you're a volunteer for that stuff, and everybody else is volunteering at a time, and it gets to be, hectic, so to get on board all together, what's a better way that we can, really bring everybody together and get us to all see the same light, which is basically bring more beautification and more people to town, so that we, everybody can enjoy and benefit and reap the benefits of that stuff. That's it.
I think the real answer is just filling the vacancies, honestly, because KBBC has been a filter to make sure we follow the proper rules as far as procurement, open public meetings. COVID
Shauna, let me
definitely
go
has.
through the rest of the, hold on one second. I haven't called on the rest of the people if they want to speak. Anyone else by show of hands? Anyone else on the phone line?
Lorraine.
Lorraine? Lorraine?
Hi, Lorraine Divizia. Can you hear me?
Yes.
I'm
Barely.
in my car. My power in my house is, I'm sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Lorraine Divizia, Gerber Salon, business owner, commercial property owner. I've been there for 36 years. I've been on the KBBC for quite a few years. I was acting as president for a while as well. I applaud Shauna. I applaud Larry Vecchio, John Merler. You're a rock star. All you people are really presenting what the KBBC is really about and not necessarily all its shortcomings, because we are all volunteers and some people could come, some people couldn't, but there was always a spirit at the beginning and even till COVID started that the momentum was really going and things were starting to happen. We did billboards last year and did things trying to get marketing going in the face of COVID. It all went down and it's all gonna rise up again, but you really have to have the courage to keep on pushing through. And Shauna, I applaud you. Any help you need from me, I will volunteer. I'll decide. I'll come to any meetings you want me to be on to help you out, Shauna. Good luck. I'm there for you, okay?
Thank you.
Anyone else on the phone line? Going once. Going twice. Can I have a motion to close on this topic?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. So now the full council and governing body has the full dialogue and information. We can table this to the next meeting for further conversation. So you have 2 more weeks to review it. And until we have, the information back from the attorneys and the financial firms that the executive board of KBBC approves as to where we stand with compliance issues, potential civil litigation, then we can move forward with trying to fill the rest of the board seats, but that's not probably going to happen within the next 4 weeks, which means a couple weeks right after that is the elections for them to put their ballots in.
So you're not filling the seats?
We're not allowed to talk
Filling the
last.
seats tonight, not with the names that were put forward. I mean, I have people that wanted to go on at the beginning of the year that I have been holding off on because they wanted to change the bylaws. So if they wanted to just change the names, then that's what they should have said.
There
And
was
I'll
no
go back to
discussion of
list from
changing the
beginning of
bylaws by the
year.
board until June of 2021. So statements
Sorry?
made in the March 16th, 2021 council meeting about delaying filling the vacancies
Mhm.
was the first I've heard of changing the bylaws of 2021.
Can I get a repeat of why the board members aren't going to be filled?
Their elections are coming up in September and the beginning of the year, then end of last year, they kept saying they wanted to change the bylaws to reduce the amount of members that are on the board. I have other members that wanted to be appointed to it. They
Okay.
asked me to hold off, the board did, because they were
They're
going to
asking
change
you
the
tonight to
bylaws.
appoint them. The president's asking you to appoint them tonight.
That's right.
And
We need the
I-
seats filled. We're all volunteers. We're down
Okay.
5 seats.
And when
5.
Does anybody
Right.
see
So
what's
our
going on
bylaws
here?
say
I mean, I'm not,
tenants
this
and
ain't like
employees.
rocket science here. Look what's happening.
Right.
Just for the record, it's closed to the public and I'm letting
I
you
know, I'm
speak.
sorry.
Well,
So yeah, that's
goodbye.
what's
I'll get-
happening.
I'm sorry.
So the reason is because they wanted to change the bylaws?
Who?
They wanted to change the bylaw since last year. Actually, they wanted to change the bylaw since 2017.
And
When
what was
Harry
the
was
other-
mayor,
Filling the
and they did
vacancy or
present
not
something
fill them.
forward.
Hold on, everybody.
And
What was the other reason?
there were people that I wanted to appoint in the beginning of the year, and they wanted to reduce the members, and they were going to change the bylaws. And it had also been suggested to them back then about whether they wanted to be a chamber of commerce or whether they wanted to stay with the bid.
So I
And
think
that's
that,
when they hired an attorney and a financial firm, and that was when they were going to try and get the books and everything looked into to resolve and to prove to move forward or not. That information from the attorney and the financial firms has not come forward yet as far as a full report.
do you think that a lot of that work that you're talking about that needs to be done can be better handled by a more complete board?
We kept saying that as soon as they got an executive director, things were going to get done, move forward. The current members were supposed to sit on that search committee. Sean is the only one that keeps trying to get everyone round in to have that search committee. So they want an executive director. They don't want an executive director. So they want to change the ordinance, or are they changing the bylaws?
So-
Right. So, and then
bylaws
we do
without
finally
changing
take 2 steps forward, and then it's 5 steps backwards, which has been the pattern for 6 years.
So I get it, but we're talking about 2 things that are blocking it that I think we could probably get around if the board is asking, and they're going to have to get reelected anyway, right?
Right. So I'm going to appoint them for 4 weeks.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's
Okay, 'cause that's whose time is,
that
whose
would be
waste
my
of time
answer.
is that?
That would be my
So,
answer. I don't know what the rest of the council thinks, but
There's discussions about changing the bylaws and the ordinances, right? You can't change the bylaws without the ordinances, right? We don't have an
Shauna, we are
executive
closed for the
director that's-
public.
Shauna, yeah,
Sorry,
I appreciate your input.
sorry, I'm going on mute.
Yeah, hold on. I'd like to as well. No, I think that if there's real harm in appointing, then I'm not seeing it, but I would put it to the rest of the council. We could either I agree with tabling the KBBC discussion because I want to, have discussions with KBBC members and businesses, but what are the other council members' thoughts about hopefully, getting a full board so they can operate cohesively?
Mayor, you said that there were some names that were put forward. Are they ineligible? Is that one part of the issue?
Yes.
And have any of the business owners that you're aware of, or Councilman McDermott, come forward saying that they want to be appointed that are eligible?
Larry Vecchio.
The email that I actually didn't get it originally from Shauna, but the email that was sent by Shauna to the council was Melissa. Was she on that too? I'm sorry if I'm getting the name wrong. The owner of the funhouse. I apologize. We've only met once.
Yes, she was on the list.
So then there's 2 on the list. She would be one, and Larry would be the one that sent a separate email.
Also,
Yeah,
Yulia
you
from Distillery.
Oh,
have
The only conflict of interest is John Merla, and the bylaws state about
Shauna, one more
tenant
time.
or employee,
The-
just so
the
you guys
meeting
can make
is
a correct.
closed to the public, Miss Burlew.
Oh gosh.
That's not,
It's
Open
okay.
it back up to the public then if you guys want to, but we're going to continue this dialogue or we're not. We're going to allow the governing body to have a say or we're not. And this is the back and forth that I'm talking about.
this is the kind of conversation that needs a back and forth, because the reason why I'd like to hear what Sean has to
Then
say is
don't open it back up to the public.
motion open it to the public.
Yeah. Come on now.
Exactly.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
You don't have the poll right.
Aye.
The only, okay, am I allowed to speak now? I'm sorry, but you guys need these answers and this bit of information to make a real decision, right? You need the whole perspective. I submitted 5 names and there's more. I submitted 4 names as per my recommendation for filling the business seats on the board. I didn't submit recommendation as it's not my place. It's the resident seat is a appointed seat by borough and council, right? I just communicated the fact that John Merla did send written communications regarding interest of being appointed for the resident seat. The reason I didn't say I recommend those words is because our current bylaws state that no tenant or employee of another director on the board can become a member. If that wasn't a clause in our bylaws, I would say I recommend John Merla because he is very active in our community. He does attend all our meetings on his own free will, but I did not send, I recommend those words because that is not my recommendation. It's appointed upon by borough council. And I could give you the 4 other names if you'd like. It was Yulia from the distillery, David Colinello from A Family Treasure on 13 West Front Street, Melissa O'Connell.
Of interest.
David is?
Mhm.
Oh, because of Anne?
Mhm.
Okay. Okay, I agree. Okay. Larry. 1, 2, 3, 4, and John. Employees or tenants?
Or family members.
It doesn't say family
Of other
members.
boards.
It doesn't say family
Earlier in
members.
the year when I wanted to appoint a family member. was
No, I
told
told you
can't appoint a
because
family member.
tenant. I told you my grandfather because of tenant
Mm.
and employee.
Okay. Motion to close to.
Yeah.
That was good.
Second.
Third.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Okay, so Mayor, you said you had some people that you.
There was another hand up.
Okay, sorry, my apologies.
I'll state it at the end. I'll wait until the end.
Okay, it was your hand, Jack?
Yes, I'll wait until the end.
Apologies. So there were some people that you had in mind from the beginning of the year, Mayor? Are they still interested?
I could reach back out to them.
Okay. All right, so I guess, you know, I'd like to see them function as a unit here if the.
So would I. I would like to
Yeah,
have an
yeah, I
executive
know.
director too, so that it stops burdening our employees.
That
hasn't moved forward either. So there's a lot that there's not in compliance with. So not just having board members isn't really the problem.
Well, maybe my hope, let me put it that way. My hope is that it will contribute to the solution. What are your thoughts about appointing them? Maybe considering some other folks besides the folks that inclusive or besides the folks that Shauna submitted, and having them next meeting. I mean, I think, you know, the more we talk about it, the more I feel like having a more complete. How many members of the board are there now? What is it, 6?
8.
8. Okay. So, you know, let's, I mean, I'm thinking it's probably not a bad idea, you know, especially pointing the interested business owners and the resident. And if you need a resident, there are a few people that have expressed interest to me too, so.
Well, look, I don't think that this is going to be decided right now, simply because despite even, I guess, if the mayor would from right now start making nominations, it is the council does have to consent. And I mean, to do this on the fly at 10:15 at night, I just think wouldn't be the best way to do it. And plus, I think that this is a part of a larger conversation that we need to have spinning back around. And I don't think that we should be making, I don't think I can make a decision tonight, one, whether or not to the bid or the KBBC should continue or collapse into itself or switch over to something. And certainly there's not been any nominations by the mayor for us to approve just yet. And I don't think to put her on the spot, on the fly to make this and then expect us to be able to review it is good governance. So my 2 cents is let's at least put this to bed tonight, and we can take it up at least in the next council meeting in 2 weeks, if necessary.
I'm in agreement, and I'm not trying to put the mayor on the spot. I want to help, but.
I mean, I have said in the multiple council meetings that I wasn't appointing it since the beginning of the year and why. So this wasn't something new. I've said it multiple times. So the KBBC is aware.
My brain is fried right now. I apologize.
Okay, but it's just letting you know that I didn't tunnel anyone.
No.
The next topic is the library, but I'm going to ask to table that because that memorandum of agreement never got sent to the attorney. So she didn't have a chance to review it. But I'm hoping that the governing body did review it. And if you guys can at least give her a nod as to whether you want to try and present this to the library, since it's the same exact type of situation. They want the borough involvement when they want it, but then they don't when they don't. So the memo of agreement that Mr. Gallo worked hard to try and get them to agree to, they then hired an attorney to present a letter saying that they're in charge of the grounds and the building. But every time something goes wrong with the grounds or the building, they come to the borough to pay for it. So it's almost the same type of situation. I know Councilman Pacheco worked on that hard with Mr. Gallo 3 years ago so that there would be a memorandum of agreement. Then they didn't sign it. But then we keep getting hit with all of the expenses and operations and issues of the building grounds. So I think if you guys are okay with presenting them back with that same memorandum of agreement, so there's clear understanding. And you guys in agreement for Leslie to prepare a resolution according to the same one that Mr. Gallo presented that you were all sent by Mr. Good. Mr. Good?
Is that a question to me? I'm sorry.
No, I didn't. I just didn't know if anyone else wanted to comment, so I'll go around Robin again, I guess. We're going to table the whole topic anyway, but we should at least give Leslie a nod. If we're potentially going to do a resolution with that memorandum of agreement, the same one, or if you wanted edits to it.
Well, I would say that if the library hasn't, actually, I'll withdraw that. I'm not comfortable with as it was written just yet, but I want to give, I'll give Leslie my comments later.
But so we would need to know how to move forward. Are we looking to move forward with giving a memorandum agreement and the one that was presented 3 years ago or not?
I saw a lease. That was what I just reviewed. Is that what we're talking about? Where it says the lease and the tenant and the landlord?
Mm-hmm.
Is that what we're calling a memorandum?
Yes.
I don't, then, okay, because I don't like that. It seems like there's some kind of landlord-tenant relationship that doesn't exactly fit with regard to the library board and on us. It's more of a, it seems to me it'd be a different animal.
Okay, well, something needs to be drawn up, so, same.
Oh, I agree.
situation, right?
I think,
So
yeah,
can-
I think that Leslie could probably craft something even better.
I would need to know what the terms are, you know, the document, that lease document, if I need to know if those are terms that are acceptable, because I think it should be more either a memorandum of understanding or agreement or shared services.
Right, and then that's where a lot of the confusion comes in. I know Councilman Pacheco worked on that when she was back on the library board with Mr. Gallo. Because there was confusion. It was that they were in charge of the grounds or they weren't in charge of the grounds. Was it our landscape or our DPW, or were we fixing the flooding, or were they? And it's the same type of situation where they have their own operating board of trustees, but it's all through a tax assessment. So not to assessment, but a tax collection, which is what pays for their board of trustees. But then the letter that they sent from their attorney was that they're fully responsible for the grounds and the building. But as we know, we keep getting sent over bills for us to pay, and our DPW keeps getting brought in to have to fix it, the repairs there. So another thing that, you know, derails the day of the staff upstairs, that we just need a clear understanding, and a clear understanding for the library staff, who to call. So Councilman Good, do you want to work with Jay and Leslie on that and then circulate it to the governing body?
Sure.
Thanks. And then the next one is the waiver of fees. Michelle included in your packet what the ordinances are as far as who's allowed to have waiver of fees issued. So if the governing body is going to continue to waive fees all the time, I suggest you change the ordinance that we're compliant. So if any member of the governing body wants to work on that and circulate something, that would be great. And we could talk about that at the next meeting. Any unfinished business?
Mayor, I'd like some clarification about what the Art Society of Keyport needs to do to hand over, if that's what they need to do, the benches, the mosaic benches to the borough. That seems to be a sticking point with proceeding with some of the things that they want to do, and I'd like to see us do as well. But can we get a definitive, maybe Leslie can find out what needs to be done. I know that it's been said, but I haven't found a document that says, that needs to be signed or needs to be implemented or voted on or anything by the Borough Council. I think the one thing that, based on the discussions you and I have had and the council president and I have had, is that insurance was one of the issues, and how and if the borough was going to insure it. But I'd like to see us get that done. It should have been done a while ago, as you might agree. So I'd like to see what we need to do to just move that forward.
Sure, I defer that to Ms. London and Mr. Delaney to take care of and have on the next agenda for discussion, even if it's not a resolution, just so we know what has to be done.
Okay, and I'll touch base with them as well. Thank you, Mayor.
Attorney's report.
No report, Mayor.
Did we want to give
Answer,
an
Leslie.
update
Good
on-
answer.
I think we had talked about that there would be a report regarding recent communication to the Recreation Committee regarding a 5K. And that your findings were that it was suitable for them to continue to receive donations for the ministerium.
Yes, I had looked at that issue and let me just find it. Yeah, there was no problem with the 5K proceeding with the entity that is sponsoring it, or the contributions, donations that you receive going to them. There was a question raised whether it had a religious affiliation and whether or not there was a issue between state and religion. And essentially, I did not find that there's an issue because it did not violate anything of the Constitution. The provision in the Constitution would have been the Establishment Clause of the First Amendment, but there must be a secular purpose involved, and the entity involved, wasn't for a religious purpose. So there is no issue in having the 5K go through the Ministerial, I think Food Pantry was the name. So that is okay.
Thank you. Do you have a motion to open to the public? 5 minutes per person.
I just have one question.
Mhm.
So did we have did people volunteer for the exemption from certain fees for certain volunteers committee? I wasn't sure. Sorry. If I help in whatever way.
Wait, which one?
For new business, number 3, do we have a
I
committee?
had suggested that I made sure everyone received the information in their packets, and that if anybody wants to change the ordinance, that they should make a proposed recommendation to do that. Otherwise, we need to start following the ordinances that are on the.
Okay, I'm sorry, I misunderstood. I thought you said if for committee. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Can I motion open to the public?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Mr. Straub?
Jack Straub, 239 Main Street. Just one clarification, a council member, just a little earlier when you were discussing the names and why couldn't the mayor appoint the vacancies now, the mayor, one of the things the mayor said in response was we'd only be naming them for 4 weeks. That's not true. The process is the September 8th meeting would be the nominations. The ballots would be mailed by October 1st. The certification would have to happen by November 10th. So if you did appoint anybody, you would be appointing them for a minimum of 4 months, not 4 weeks. And in most cases, the people that are nominated do get elected. So they would be taking effect of their office. Their appointment would end at the end of the year, and then their official election would start January 1st. But just to clarify, if you were naming them tonight, which I understand you're not, you would not be naming them for 4 weeks. You would be naming them for at least 4 months. And the KBBC has expressed that they need members at this time. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Fox?
Hi, good evening. Daniel Fox, 40 Church Street. Mayor, just trying to find out why all the residents of Church Street received violations for their sidewalks after they all complained about the town not replacing the sidewalks during your project. Now the slate sidewalks are non-compliant.
Sure, I can explain that. After the meeting that it was brought up initially, we were issued a case law, and when I deferred that to our attorney, the attorney's interpretation of the case law that was cited was not that the municipality is responsible for replacing and maintaining sidewalks. It's responsible for if they've been put on notice of an unsafe or unadhered to by ordinance situation, that we are required by law to put a notice of violation out. So we reviewed the case law that was presented by Mrs. Fox. I deferred it to Mrs. London. That was the interpretation. And then once the borough was publicly put on notice by having pictures posted and tagged, we had no choice because of that case law to issue notices of violation in conducive with our ordinance, which does require the homeowners to maintain their sidewalks. So
And the borough is liable if somebody gets hurt on a sidewalk, correct?
only if we didn't notify you. And now everyone's
Okay,
been put in a
so-
notice, but they're required to fix them.
I would like to notify the council about all the properties that the town owns that have no sidewalks. Church and Second, the old water tower, by the hiking trail, they're blacktop,
I don't disagree with you.
and it's been there for 35, 40 years like that. And how much are we gonna spend to pave the parking lot next to Church and Second Street instead of doing sidewalks on Church Street?
Those are all valid questions. I mean, you asked me
Do you have-
why did they receive them? It's just, I'm just telling you why officially we had to, because we were put on notice by tagging a residence sidewalk. So we had to have the property maintenance go out to Church Street and identify it. Now, why it took 8 weeks for that to happen from the original time it was talked about in a council meeting, I don't know.
Can I ask a question? How come when the streets are done that council members live on, they get sewer, water, curbs, sidewalks?
Can you let me know what council member that happened on? I could tell you
Uh,
that no one.
Councilman Sheridan Street.
That's a turn
Also,
for everybody.
Harry Almack lived there too, Mayor. Ken House Street. You're doing a couple other council member streets in 2022.
I can tell you
It's just
that
amazing.
when this was brought up, I did ask these very questions. The engineer's response was that when the sidewalk touches the curb and there's not a grass in between, and they end up, if they're doing the curbs over and it's going to crack the sidewalk, they have to do the sidewalk. If they're doing the curbs and it does not touch the adjacent sidewalk, again, this is the engineer's interpretation. This is not.
And that's the same engineer that said that the water main was okay when he charged the borough his fee for Church Street, then came back and said, oh, wait a minute, it's only a 4.5-inch main, which is stamped on every fire hydrant on Church Street. And the water main is 122 years old. But we're paying almost $60,000 for engineering fees to keep going back on this.
That's not necessarily how it went down. The decision, to do that was it's a prudent decision in my opinion, and we're going to be voting on it in 2 weeks. The sidewalks and the sewer, the feed line are two different subjects altogether. So,
but we are doing this, the water line, I thought.
we are doing the water line, but
now, originally you weren't.
Right, and we thought better of it.
Right, but shouldn't the engineer pick that up in the beginning?
What was that?
That the hydrant can't produce 500 gallons per minute, which is the standard?
I think you need to take yes for an answer here. We're doing it.
Right, but it's add more money to the taxpayers because the engineer had to go back out and re-survey everything, just like every project we do in Keyport. Half that project, that's a $700,000 project. Almost $100,000 to the engineer, $100,000 to the Keyport Police Department, but we can't get sidewalks.
You can't get sidewalks.
We didn't award anything yet, so that was just a proposal.
But
this project was supposed to be done 2 years ago. Where'd the money go from that?
Yeah, that's for sure.
It's still there.
And it might have gotten done without the lines 2 years ago too. But the sidewalks are different. The sidewalks are a different animal altogether. It's not that we don't want to. The taxpayer. We're going to burden the rest of the taxpayers in town to do, based on the petition, every single sidewalk on Church Street. You've
done them on Kearney. You've done them on Chingarora. You've done them on Division Street.
Dan, I didn't get mine on 3rd. What's the deal?
Right. Right.
Either way, guys,
you have
can we
concrete
just,
sidewalks, Matt.
this is for public comment.
Yeah, they should have done
I
them.
answered your original question, Mr. Fox. I'm not saying that there's not levels of frustration. I just want to let you know, which was your original question, why did the notices go out? And that was because of what we were told. And the case law that we were given, and I was following it, so.
I send you the
regards to
letter about the
sidewalks,
violations of the sidewalk, so you're liable then? For all the borough-owned
We're
properties?
liable anyway if someone falls on if our sidewalks aren't maintained.
So why wouldn't you fix them then?
Mr. Fox, you're preaching to the choir here. You know firsthand that I've been fighting for that church lot sidewalk and parking lot to be fixed.
Since when?
Back to when the amount of times I would ask Mr. Gallo with our 5 road paving projects that was supposed to be part of.
And we got skipped over every year.
I'm talking about the Church Street parking lot.
The parking lot. Why would we pave that parking lot instead of fixing the sidewalks that would be fixed?
The sidewalks and the parking lot and the borough-owned property is what I've been asking to have fixed.
Right.
Right.
Okay. All right. So we're just going to spend more money like we always do wasting, because we'll have to open up the street again because a pipe will break or whatever. Maybe the Church Street residents need to get an attorney and take this to court. Thank you. There's a lot of other residents that want to
I
talk.
don't know that you're understanding that we are fixing it. Not the
You're replacing the
sidewalks,
sidewalks
but
on
the
Church
sewer.
Street.
We're going to fix the Church Street Borough property parking lot, sidewalks and parking lot.
I'm talking about all the taxpayers' sidewalks that you sent out violations. How can it be a violation of having slate sidewalks? My family's owned the house for 43 years. Same slate sidewalks.
The guidelines are.
I'm sorry? I didn't hear what you
If they're
said.
broken or dangerous according to what the property maintenance officer found.
That's strange. My neighbor's is perfectly level and you sent him a letter. He's lived there 35 years with slate sidewalks and now you want him to replace them.
I did not send a letter, first of all. That's up to the property maintenance officer. And if it's deemed incorrect, he absolutely should show up to court and say that and show a picture.
I think you're going to be overloaded with court people, but
I'm not opposed to that.
Another waste of taxpayers' money. Thank you, Mayor.
If the property maintenance officer is found wrong in doing his job improperly, that is a personnel issue that I defer to Mr. Delaney to handle.
And you don't do anything about it. There's been hundreds of complaints about that man.
I don't single-handedly have the authority to do anything about it. But you can definitely Oprah how many emails I've sent. Whoever is registered as iPhone and has their hand up.
Yes, hi, this is Jennifer Williams. I live at 67 Church Street. I also got a notice, but to me personally, it seems like Church Street has been identified because we put in the petition to have the sidewalks included, that we are now getting notices to fix our sidewalks because I drove around town and took pictures of several properties in several different areas all over town. And I'd like to know if every street has now been looked at to see if they're in violation of their sidewalks as well as Church Street, because it seems like we're being discriminated against because we put in a petition to have our sidewalks included in this project. We have now been identified and someone was sent out to take pictures of Church Street sidewalks where there are sidewalks that are completely either missing pieces. There are sidewalks that are completely shattered that look like they're, I mean, it's crazy to me. But the fact that we put in a petition to have them included and now we have all been issued summons that we have to fix them is holding us as a street. It has been identified, and I think we're being discriminated against because we spoke up.
I can tell you and I can assure you that the communication came from the meeting from the case law that was deferred to the attorney, which was after the first time that this topic came up with an inquiry as to who was responsible for the sidewalks.
Okay, but has the entire...
And then we gave it to the attorney. And then why there was several weeks in between, I have no idea as to why the attorney's interpretation came back that the property maintenance officer, once we were then tagged in photos of residential properties that were not upkept, then we had no choice but to follow the case law.
Okay, so if
I
someone,
didn't write it.
I understand what you're saying, but it is discrimination against Church Street residents.
No.
That you are only identifying us unless summons have been sent out to every property owner that has this, then it's discrimination against the Church Street residents.
Issue, then yes, the case law states that we have to issue a notice of violation to those residents.
So they went out to people on Broadway. They went out to people on.
The borough is not publicly put on blast for those properties. The case law provided to us by Ms. Fox indicates that once the municipality has been notified of an issue, they have to send it out, the notice of violation.
So it was sent to you by Ms. Fox that there was a problem with the sidewalks or that the sidewalks should be included.
So you're sending a case law indicating, and we sent it to the attorney for a review of what the case law states. And the case law states, and it was distributed to the governing body, that once the municipality is only responsible in a lawsuit if the municipality was put on notice of an unsafe condition and did not issue a notice of violation. We
Okay,
were then tagged in photos. So we therefore were put on notice. And we
correct.
had to issue the notice of violation.
Okay, so
Brendan,
then
is that
you,
correct?
so because you were tagged on, so
Mm-hmm.
then you had to go up and down the entire street.
I did not ask for that.
So then again, Church Street was then discriminated against because there was a tagged violation somewhere on the street. Then the person went up and down Church Street and took pictures of all the sidewalks and gave violations to the entire street.
And what you're saying and what someone else said prior to you is that apparently he gave them out incorrectly and that needs to be addressed. Not by you guys, obviously.
Okay, so what if I did not have a sidewalk at all? Because there are plenty of houses in Keyport that do not have sidewalks. So if I had no sidewalk at all, then I wouldn't be held liable to keep up the sidewalk. Is that correct?
That depends on what your planning board approval was. If your planning board required a sidewalk, then you would be.
My house was
expected
built
to
in
maintain it.
1855.
So then I don't know.
Correct. So there, if I drove up the street, there are houses where the sidewalk completely ends. And there's no sidewalk for the house or the resident to be responsible for. So now that person has no liability or no responsibility to upkeep a sidewalk, yet I do, but my house is 1855. So if you're to tell me that I don't have, you don't know, then I can just take out the sidewalk and then I don't have to be responsible to pay thousands of dollars, which I don't have, to redo the concrete. Or I could just patch it kind of like the streets have been done for years. And I could just throw some stuff like little, some sand in there or something, or, I get a little bag of something from Home Depot and throw it in a hole, because that's how the street has been patched since I've lived here, and I've been here for 18 years.
That would follow under municipal land use law as to whether you would be able to rip up the sidewalk or not, because that would fall
Okay,
under
what
that
about
section.
fixing,
So,
what about
but as
fixing the
far as fixing
sidewalks?
it, I don't have any guidance on that. You can consult the construction office.
Can I
Okay, so are there the same rules for fixing the street as there is for fixing the sidewalks?
As far as what?
As far as repairing what could be dangerous to someone walking or driving, or damage to cars or anything else? Because if someone's walking on my sidewalk and they get hurt, then I'm liable. If someone's walking in the street, is the town liable because they haven't fixed the potholes or cracks or anything else?
Yes. And
Wait,
we'd have
wait, can
tort
we-
claims because of that.
Can
What,
I-
Councilman Good?
I don't think that you're automatically liable just because somebody trips on your sidewalk unless there was some kind of causal effect. But this gets into more of a lovely little legal debate, which I don't know that anybody wants to have except for me and Leslie, but nobody wants.
No,
to
I
do that.
agree with you, but I drove down Division Street, which was done, I think it was 2 years ago. All the sidewalks on the lower end of Division Street were all included. I drove down Kearney Street, the lower end of Kearney Street, all the sidewalks were done.
That was the
And
lower.
that was explained in the last meeting with the engineer, that when the curb is being replaced, if it touches the sidewalk, they can't take the curb out without breaking the sidewalk, then they have to redo the sidewalk. When there is the case that the sidewalk has a buffer, there's a piece of that strip of land, Mr. Good, what's that called?
Oh, I don't know. I think MD calls it the hellscape or something along those lines.
Something like that, yes.
Okay, so
Then
my
they
neighbor
do not
has,
do the sidewalks.
okay, so my neighbor redid his sidewalks years ago when he moved in, and his goes all the way to the curb. So he will get brand new sidewalks because
If
they
they're
will.
needed, or if they can't, if they end up breaking them when they take the curb out. Does this project include curbing, Jay?
Generally, this is a curbing and road project. It is not a complete sidewalk replacement project. Typically, as the mayor's indicated, there are instances where sidewalks are replaced. Those are primarily in areas where adjacent to driveway aprons, as well as in those areas where the curb and sidewalk are constructed together, in which case the curb cannot be replaced without removing the sidewalk. And in those cases, the sidewalk is replaced. The third category of sidewalk replacement in general is in those instances where the curb radius at corners are replaced to provide for handicap accessibility. And in order to maintain that handicap accessibility, in many cases, if not most cases, additional sections of sidewalk are replaced in order to provide the proper grade.
Okay, so I would appreciate if someone could get back to me on, and again, my address is 67 Church Street. My house has been here since 1855. If someone could get back to me as to, by law, am I required to have a sidewalk?
No. If it's not, I mean, you're not by law have to have it. If it's there, you can't just pull it out, but
Well, why can't I?
well, then you may be causing a hazard.
What if I level the ground and
I'd be happy
And nobody trips, then there would be no issue.
Change of use.
I'd be happy to review 67 Church Street with you.
that would be wonderful if you'd like to come over. I also have an issue with the fact that 18-wheelers drive down Church Street, and we actually have video of 18-wheelers making turns onto 3rd Street, and they literally drove over our sidewalk, and that's why it's cracked.
Yep.
So why is that my responsibility when the town is allowing 18-wheelers to drive up and down the street? And this is not deemed for that kind of traffic, but yet that's why my sidewalk is cracked.
Thank you, Ms. Williams. Ms. Fox?
Hi, Carol Fox, 40 Church Street. First of all, in regard to the situation with the sidewalks, I feel like I'm now being scapegoated. You know, I said, I did this, I forwarded this to you. Yes, it was brought up by a couple of people that night in the meeting. And I sent you the information that I found on the internet. You forwarded it to Ms. London, but I don't want this being put out there as if I'm raising some sort of a problem and causing my neighbors to end up getting citations for something that the borough has done for other people. And, you know, now we're all being threatened, and this is what always happens with this council. You know, I've been in this town 23 years. My husband's lived here almost his entire life, well over 40 years. And the people making these decisions haven't been in this town anywhere near the length of time that we have, haven't put the volunteerism into the town for the most part that we have. And, you know, here I feel like I'm being scapegoated. It's being put out there, Mrs. Fox, Mrs. Fox, Mrs. Fox. And this is an issue that we all have on our street. This isn't just me. That petition wasn't even circulated by me. And in reference to what my neighbor had mentioned about the 18-wheelers, they also come down 2nd Street, and they've driven over our sidewalk as well. And the sidewalk across from us on, what is that, 35 Church, or 25, whichever, yeah, 35. So it's an issue for all of us in that area.
Where are they delivering to, Carol? Do you know?
I would say probably I know the food market. Yeah, I can't think of the name of it now. Right at the corner of East Front and Church, and also over to Drew's.
But it might not.
Is that
It might not be Drew's. It might be the other business in that building, but it's in the same building as Drew's.
Carol, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry?
Are they straight jobs, or are they full on 18-wheelers?
Most of them are straight, but there have been some, you know, semis that come down as well.
There's still, you know, 40,000 pounds, but yeah.
Exactly. And, you know, our sidewalks are slate. They're older, but we have several years ago replaced some of that slate too, and it's been cracked again because of these kind of issues. And like I said, I know they also go up the concrete sidewalk in front of 35 Church. And obviously it's an issue for my neighbors down the street as well.
Jay, can you make note of that? I don't think that, I mean, somebody will correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think those streets are, you know, I understand the driving around in what areas, but we're trying to make delivery and stop off and drop off. So if they're going down Church and they shouldn't be, let's, throw that one on Chief Doris because she wants other things to do.
I did make a note of that, and I'll check to see if either of those streets are weight limited.
Yeah, they have come down the wrong way and run over our sidewalks, that way as well. So it's definitely an issue. And, as I said, I just don't want, it being put out there that I'm causing a problem for everyone on my street by mentioning these sidewalks.
So I've been up and down Church Street quite a bit. I'm sorry. I've been up and down Church.
Wait.
Just one moment. Is that all right, Mayor?
I guess. Go ahead.
I've been up and down Church Street quite a bit. And the petition wanted, the way I read the petition was that it wanted all of the sidewalks replaced. Now, we all know that all of the sidewalks don't need to be replaced on Church Street. As a matter of fact, if they did want all of the sidewalks replaced, that's just, but it's ridiculous. But I think that there may be some solutions in the soup here. And I would love to see us turn down both the rhetoric and the rage a little bit. And let's try and get to some solutions about what we can do. I've offered a number of times, to take a look because we're moving on this project, and there are some options that we might be able to utilize for the sidewalks that the borough doesn't have the responsibility to replace, that don't meet the criteria. I'm not making any promises, but there's a strong desire to get some of those sidewalks fixed, and having the taxpayers of the borough pay for it when it's not justified for them to pay for it isn't fair to the other taxpayers of the borough. But there may be ways through special financing or something like that we might be able to do it. I'm not saying that's a solution right now. We'll have to look into it, but I want everybody to know, stop it with this. We want to help and we want to fix it. Okay. So
okay, well then the first step would be not to send us violations.
Well, the violations, everybody in town who's not maintaining their sidewalk has to get a violation. And, I remember I got a violation years ago and I had to fix my sidewalk, and I didn't even have a sidewalk in response to Miss Williams' comment. I had to fix my sidewalk on Walling Terrace.
Okay, but the house has been in the family for 43 years.
Oh, and by the way,
there's never been
4 years. I know I'm still not at that point. It might not be a keyword in some people's eyes,
but there's never been a violation for the sidewalk on that house.
Or our insurance company does it.
So anyway,
and our insurance company
company
has found no issue with that.
I just want to get to a solution.
No, I agree. I agree with you.
In my life right now, I want to get to a solution.
I agree. I feel the same way.
The people that have their hands up as well. So we're going on.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Ms. Burlew.
Hi, Shauna Burlew with 343 Broad Street. The only thing I'd like to say regarding the sidewalks on Church, as I've heard about the Church Street residents receiving violations on this matter, let's just come to a solution. I understand the borough's perspective as the CYA that anything petitioned or sent needs to be put on notice. I immensely respect our governing body and our mayor, and I think there's always a solution. It doesn't have to be black and white, whether it's a 50% price match with those willing to put in the money to repair their sidewalks. I'm sure that'd be greatly appreciated by our residents. I would just like to find solutions on all of these matters, as we're all human beings. We're all part of Keyport and we all love our community. And in closing, I just would like to say the greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate actions of its members. Thank you.
Go back, Olson.
Hi, yes. I'm going to take this further back than the most recent sidewalks that were done, because I grew up over 50 years in Keyport. When I grew up on 8th Street and 7th Street in Manchester, there were no sidewalks in that area. They did a paving project and they replaced the sidewalks and curbing, put in sidewalks and curbing and paved the street and did all the infrastructure at the same time. Mr. Good keeps saying, I didn't get sidewalks. His section of 3rd Street now has been paved twice in the amount of time that we haven't had this street paved at all. That section of 3rd Street was done in a project when they did the sidewalks at the library, and they did all of 3rd Street, and they did Osborne Street, and we had to deal with the mess in the lot next door every single day with the equipment going in and out of this lot with all the dirt and everything for a whole summer. And that project was supposed to stop at Atlantic Street, but it got wrapped around the Green Grove because a former mayor and council person lived on that street. So Mr. Good's house might have not gotten sidewalks in the last repaving, but it got it years prior when it shouldn't even have been included in that project.
What year are
All
we
of
talking about
Washington
that?
and Teresa Street got sidewalks when they got repaved. This is the only street that we're not talking about replacing sidewalks on in any of the repaving projects that went on, and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. And that's all I have to say.
Going on the, Mr.
Can I
Graham?
just ask a clarification? What's that, a Therese? Because I don't have sidewalks. And I don't think my neighbor does either. So you're talking about towards the park or towards the highway?
I guess I've been up in Browns Point section, and there's part that has sidewalks, and they weren't there when I was a kid.
Okay.
So, and they were done as part of a, maybe I'm getting the streets, maybe it's one of the side streets, but I know a lot of those streets up there. I know Washington, a lot of the houses didn't have sidewalks. When they redid a project up there, they all got curbing and sidewalks. And then this street always, we keep getting told, oh, your street's gonna get done, your street's gonna get done. They come and they patch it. I guess we don't even teach our public works department even how to use a friggin' tamper. The pictures on the internet that were my driveway, that all happened because our public works doesn't know how to pick up slate and replace it because they had to dig up my sidewalk to fix the water stem valve at the curb line. And they destroyed that. So it should be the borough's problem because their employees messed it up. And at least 3 administrators have been informed of that. And nothing has been done to help fix it. And we keep telling it's going to be taken care of when they do the road. Well, here we are we're going to do the road, but no, you're not getting sidewalks.
It's all good information. Thank you for bringing it forward. Mr. Graham?
Hi, Elmer J. Graham Jr., 22 St. Peter's Place. Well, folks, we've been at this for over 4 hours now, close to 4 hours now. And as far as I'm concerned, we got nothing accomplished tonight with this borough council and stuff like that. Nothing again accomplished, all talk and everything like that. But that's my opinion. As far as
We got
sidewalks
4
go,
ordinances introduced and a lot of resolutions and communications done.
yeah, but nothing, as usual, nothing's been done or whatever. But that's my opinion, Madam Mayor. But as far as I'm concerned, as far as I do my public walks every morning and stuff like that, or just about, I see the public sidewalks. We have all these grants coming from Monmouth County and stuff like that. Why can't these grants go toward improving our public sidewalks and everything like that? Because God forbid, if someone trips, the borough of Keyport and the taxpayers at Keyport are liable for that, you know?
For public sidewalks, yes, but not for residential sidewalks.
Okay, but I'm talking about the public sidewalks as I'm walking and stuff like that, but they need to get improved.
Public if it's residential.
It's only
They need to be
borough
improved.
properties.
Anyway, another
Property
thing
owners.
another thing about Governor Murphy coming to Keyport. I keep asking this borough council time and time again to invite him to Keyport to, talk to the citizens of Keyport, a town hall for Keyport. Let the people know where he's where he stands and everything like that, and, you know, have a town hall with the voters of Keyport, the borough of Keyport and stuff like that. You know, it's about time. And I hope we get a Veterans Committee meeting in the future, but that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else by show of hands? Next, we'll move to the phone lines.
Michael Lane, 34 Broad Street.
Go ahead, Mr. Merlo.
Hi. Just to follow up on Church Street, I know when Mrs. Koufax Olson spoke, she hit the nail on the head regarding 3rd Street, because I was on the council when we paved it, and 18 years later, we paved it again. And when that street was done the first time, was all sanitary, sewer lines, water lines, curbs, and sidewalks. What she's talking about in Brown's Point was Washington Street. And I'll tell you, for instance, I had put 1 year prior to the reconstruction of Washington Street, brand new sidewalks and curbs in front of my house. The year they paved Washington Street, they ripped them up. They were brand new because everything had to be consistent with the line on the curbs, the height, for plowing purposes, and the sidewalks. So I know that to be true. Here's the questions that I have for the council regarding Church Street. So you're saying the petition had nothing to do with the property maintenance officer going out and issuing citations?
Correct.
Okay, that's because I want to, you know, I know a few of the council members said, you know, we're trying to reflect back on the petition. The petition never said that the sidewalks were unsafe, number one. The
Correct.
petition
Had nothing to do with the
also,
petition.
the petition also stated it would be for the safety of the children, that if the sidewalks were unsafe, rather see them not walk in the street going to school. Church Street, Osborne Street are both light traffic streets. 18-wheelers should not be going down those streets. Atlantic Street, yes. Osborne, Church, no. That's part of our ordinance, light traffic. The thing that I have for Church Street is Division Street's under 1.5 feet of water as we speak. I have a video of it right now to rainfall. Church Street is asking for sidewalks, curbs, road restoration during this project. And the residents, I can understand, you file a petition with the town 5 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago at the last meeting, it was listed on the agenda. There was no action taken. Truthfully, the petition should have been received and filed, and it wasn't. It was just overpassed on the agenda, and I waited for it to be received and filed. It was on the agenda, but it was not, no action was taken. So
We received and
someone
filed
had
that,
to
Mr. Merlo.
authorize the property
received and
maintenance
filed that.
officer to go out to Church Street and do what he had to do. There's no way he just did that on his own. And the question I have to you, if someone writes a letter, a resident writes a letter, and it should be like, it refers to like litigation, possible litigation or legalities, whether it's an email or a letter, that should have been posted on an agenda for action. But everything's posted on the agenda that goes in for correspondence, as long as it's addressed to mayor and council. Maybe, I don't know, I'm not sure, I didn't see the letter or the email, but if it's addressed to mayor and council, that's something that goes on the agenda, and then you take action. That's from my standpoint. My real concern tonight is to bring to the council's attention a recent Senate bill, Senate Bill 3926. 3926 in the Senate was passed recently, and in the lower house was passed. Both cleared both houses, waiting the governor's signature. Senate Bill 3926 grants the BPU, Board of Public Utilities, to supersede most borough powers to regulate monopoles. What this does is it restricts us a little bit of having teeth of setting those monopoles, like was discussed 6 to 8 months ago on Olson's Boatyard, and they're 65 feet. I think the council has to look into this, because to protect the best interests of Keyport and the surrounding area in Lockport. I think, Miss London may have to research the bill a little bit better, but from what I researched today, it does say it supersedes most borough powers to regulate monopoles. So if this is signed by the governor, we might not have any power in the future. The other thing, Mayor, Councilman Patopoulos brought up tonight about the mosaic benches down at the boat ramp, and we all know they've been vandalized recently, and which is terrible, to be honest with you. But I thought after the last time, the council had discussion publicly about putting a camera down there. And I really think we should. I think the borough should look at that and some of our parks, Cedar Street Park, Benjamin Terry Park, where there's a lot of activity. And there was an incident down at Cedar Street Park last weekend, which involved the youth, and cops were called, and once the cops got there, the lady disappeared. And maybe cameras, it could protect us. It's just a thought. I know it's another expense, but I'm sure it would be worth its weight in gold. But I really feel bad. I was going to put out a reward myself, because I know my brother Charlie was involved in that project, and to see anybody destroy a piece of our borough, because that's our heart and soul, our borough, it disgusts me. It really does. And maybe it would be such a deterrent if they knew we had a camera, and we had a camera, in that area to protect all of us. It's just a thought, and I would hope you consider it. And my last item was the night of graduation, we had a high flood on the waterfront, and the floodgate. Are we getting that fixed? I mean, honestly, we spent $14,000 on 2 floodgates, and what are we doing? I mean, if it's broke, are we waiting for insurance? Or it's got to be warranted. It flooded so bad down there. There was a problem with the post office fence. There was high waters, and I think the floodgates are a good idea if they're operational. I really do. I think it serves as awareness. I don't even think they're really all put together. The floodgates that I seen that we purchased had some reflection devices on the actual arm, and that alerts people that if you flash lights on it. So I think they're messing even. It's just a thought, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Question. Am I allowed to ask questions?
What are you saying?
Mike Lane, 51 First.
Hi, Mr. Lane.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you, Mayor.
Hi, Mr. Lane.
Couple things. I want to reinforce the fact that we have 16-wheelers going down Church Street. I watched them struggle to turn from First onto Church. I watched them struggle to to turn from Church on the east front. I mean, they really have a problem. And I watch them park in front of Drew's for hours with their diesel running. So we have a problem with the 16-wheelers on Church Street. It's real. They come down Atlantic and cross over 2nd Street to then pull up in front of Drew's facing north. And going south, they have a real struggle, as I said, turning on the east front. I can't talk about turns on to 2nd and 3rd. Second is when the First Street was repaved, when it was elevated and repaved because of the townhouses, all the residents on First Street between Broad and Church got a notice from the borough regarding deficiencies in their sidewalks, so that's not new. But the borough did come through with a financing plan where we could spread the cost over multiple years. The other good news was that the cost for replacing the sidewalks was significantly lower because the work was going to be done at the same time the curbs and driveway aprons were done. And over on Church Street, the driveway aprons are going to be a significant issue. And there's some sidewalks where the curb and the sidewalk, there's no separation. So building on what Dennis said, you really need to come up with a financing plan to help these residents out. Second item, on the zoning document deficiencies. What's the timeline and process for getting this deficiency resolved? And it's a significant deficiency because the new zoning ordinance section 25:1-9 says that the off-street parking regulations apply. And then you go to 25:118 and it says, it's a very, very mysterious statement. I encourage you to read it. But the problem is that if we don't have a 25:118 applicable, then we don't have any regulations for the business district on things like driveway entrances and exits, parking space size, access, ingress and egress, location criteria, setback from intersections, setbacks from other driveways, screening, landscaping, minimum distance from corners and setbacks, surfacing, lighting, landscaping. All those things are in that section, and we're saying it doesn't apply, or there's some interpretation that it doesn't apply. But yet, when West Front Street, West Furniture was done, when West Furniture was done, when 25 East Front was done, when the Mexican restaurant was done, all of these rules were applied. And they were all in the business district. Just so happens they were on the east side of Broad. So maybe this only applies to the east side of Broad. Thank you. So again, what's the timeline and process for getting this resolved?
Okay.
Yeah, that referral was just received from the planning board. I don't know that there's a specific timeline. We will review it and take corrective action. I'm not sure it'll be ready for our meeting on the 20th, but I expect it will get bumped up on the priority list.
All right. Be aware that there's a significant application before the planning board for 35 West Front, where this ordinance is very significant input. Thank you.
Else on the phone lines? Going once, going twice. Got a motion to close to the public?
Motion.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Before we motion to adjourn, Mr. Delaney, I'm just confirming that everything is set for the next meeting to resume to public meetings. And we will
We
not
expect
be.
to have everything in place. It is not as of today, but we anticipate that we'll be ready for a public meeting.
You're on mute.
I'm sorry. The room is not ready as of this date, but we expect that the regular meeting on the 20th that we will be ready to go for in-person meeting.
Fully in person, correct?
Yes, fully in person.
And what's the status of the senior center?
I'm sorry, of the,
Senior center opening?
that is tentatively set for July 15th. There are a couple of programming issues there that it'll be a phased approach, unlike the Borough Hall where we essentially reopened in full. We expect that there will be several weeks between phase 1 and phase 2, and then the implementation or reactivation of bus service.
Does the governing body know this so that they can give the nod on that tonight, if that's what they want?
So,
Do they know what phase 1 and phase 2 are so they can say yes or no, because they wanted to be part of every decision for every
Yeah,
single-
I don't believe that information has been distributed. It was my understanding from the previous sessions that the implementation of the reopening would be left to the administration.
Mr. Merlo, can you mute yourself, please?
yes.
Thank you. Councilman Good, do you have any commentary? Is that what was decided on?
Yeah, I said, along it, leave it up to Jay, the administration, take lead on it.
Governing body have questions on the reopening stuff?
Just one question. So once we reopen, then that allows for committees, boards, and whatever to schedule their meetings accordingly for in person.
We're only allowing meetings in the council chambers is what the reopening plan was, so it'll all have to be scheduled in accordance to when the council chambers is available.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that.
Publicly noticed meetings in council chambers.
Our motion to close, adjourn.
Motion.
We're having so much fun. Motion.
Anything. Second, I'm sorry,
All
I
in
can't
favor?
hear. I just heard motion. I'm assuming it's to adjourn, but
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Great night, and this concludes our final and last